Ms. Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. On the record, in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus William Schultz, Clifford Frost, Myra Rodriguez, Rose Rook, Marion Sheridan, and Ken Thompson. Council appearance, please.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Crino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Bellotta on behalf of Rose Rook.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please support attorney David Dover appearing on behalf of Mr. Ken Thompson. Thompson's in the courtroom. Would you identify yourself, please?
Ken Thompson this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Right Blake appearing on behalf of Myra Rodriguez.
Judge Dave Collin appearing on behalf of Mr. Choate. He is here seated right in front.
Morning, Kevin Kiefsky on behalf of Mr. Frost, seated immediately behind me.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Freeman on behalf of Marion Sheridan, who is seated behind me as well.
Okay, day 3. We were continuing on with some cross-examination of Sharp. My understanding though is that there was an issue about timing of witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. There's a witness, Mr. Renner, who is set to begin a vacation tomorrow. I believe with agreement of the parties, if the cross-examination of Agent Schaaf is not completed, we were going to suspend the cross-examination and take Mr. Renner's testimony this afternoon.
Is Mr. Renner here now?
No, he's going to be here this afternoon.
Okay, because we ensure that we're going to get through his testimony. We don't know how long cross-examination is going to go.
Michael Bellotta for Rose Rook, who, by the way, is present. Again. I would like to, Mr. Renner is important to the defense because we feel, at least I feel, that he's incredibly exculpatory to the issue of state of mind, intent. So we want to make sure that this testimony happens. He's leaving. My understanding is he's the only day he can testify, but he's not available till 1 p.m.
Well, he was here yesterday, but we didn't get to it.
Okay, well, if you could come sometime before 1, that would be fine. I mean, I am worried, like the court is implied, that maybe we won't get through him because he could take a while.
He needs to come earlier if possible because
Well, I will reach out
it's
to
late.
I will reach out to his attorney and see if they can come early. Thank you.
Having gone through that, Your Honor, I have no objection continuing a bifurcation.
Well, hopefully by then you'll be done and someone else will be having no objection to continuing as you're going to start right now. Mr. Renner's not here yet. So any other preliminary matters before we let you continue with your cross of Agent Schaaf?
No other preliminary matters for the people, Your Honor.
Not for Ms. Rowe.
Okay, very good. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Would you identify yourself for the record again, please?
Yes, sir. Howard Schock.
And your special agent, the lead investigating agent on this matter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yesterday, we were talking about the contents of an envelope that was, you're alleging, was delivered to the state capitol. And we were trying to figure out what the contents were and how you formed your belief on what the contents of that envelope was. I believe we established that you didn't see what was in the envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had to form a belief somehow or another. And how is it that you formed that belief?
Is based on information provided to us by Mr. James Renner. He provided kind of a, I guess as he described it, a diary. In that diary, he talks about walking up to the Capitol with the group with the intention of serving the government with the electoral forms that they had completed that would have been in that envelope.
Okay, when you say the government, because we have state and federal government.
I'm sorry, state.
All right.
Yeah, it's the governor's.
All right, and when you say he talks about it, does he say anything to the effect, and we're talking about how you formed your state of mind, to the effect that I saw this document go into that envelope, I put this document in that envelope?
No, he says that we were there to serve the electoral certificates to the Senate.
So basically, you formed your belief off his belief that he thought that that's what was in the document, then, correct? Or in
Yes.
the envelope.
That was one part of it. Also, Mr. Zamet, who was working for the GOP at the time, he is the last one who sees Mr. Sean Flynn carrying the documents, and when I say documents, the 2020 certificate of votes up the steps at the GOP. It is his belief, and after watching the video, that that's what was in that envelope. Also, another thing that I believe, the reason why I believe that they were in that envelope is also that envelope was the appropriate size that was also received at the Senate, the archive, with the address on it from Kathy Berman.
When I look at the envelope that was delivered to the state capitol versus the cover, one of the exhibits had what was received by the state archives, it appeared to me that they were two different envelopes.
I didn't say that they were the same envelope.
Okay,
I said they were the envelope, it was an envelope of the appropriate size.
got it. But to you, did it appear they were two separate booking envelopes?
I would have to go back and look at copies.
Fair
of
enough,
those
fair enough.
envelopes to make that decision.
Even though it's the appropriate size, I could put a business card in that envelope, correct?
Yes, that's
And I
a
could-
hypothetical, yes.
Right, and I could fold down any document, correct?
To fit in the
To fit
envelope,
in
yes.
there? All right. So to the best of your knowledge, when you formed your belief of what was in there, did anybody specifically tell you, yes, I know this is what was in the envelope that was delivered to the state capitol?
Anybody say that specific, those
Correct.
specific
Yes,
words?
I know.
No.
All right.
Yes, I know that I
All
didn't
right.
have somebody say those specific words.
Okay. And talking about that, the envelope that was, in your opinion, delivered to the state capitol, where did it go from there? That envelope,
After it was rejected,
yes.
I don't know that.
Do you have any indication of the chain of custody at all from the state capitol to allegedly going to the US Capitol?
No, but I know that it was mailed out on December 15th and from the East Lansing Post Office, and it was received on January 5th over at the Senate.
All right, and I think we heard testimony from a prior witness that they weren't certain who actually mailed it. Do you have any evidence to indicate who mailed that envelope, who actually paid for the postage, et cetera?
Yes, through emails between Sean Flynn and Ken Chesbro. And there was a text message as well. Again, I would have to refer to my notes, but in the first round of examinations, it was learned that
I'm not worried about the first round. That's not where
Okay. But that goes to the evidence.
Oh, but that goes to your belief then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I learned that there was a text message sent from Sean Flynn to Kathy Burden asking for the address and it being sent off from there. So it's based on all the emails that I've read through Mr. Chesbro and the information that was provided by Mr. Giannini, who's counsel for Mr. Burden, is my belief that Sean Flynn mailed that down.
Okay. So then you're saying that you do not believe that Mr. Thompson mailed that envelope?
I'm not saying that, or
No, you are saying that you do not believe that Mr. Thompson mailed that envelope.
correct.
All right. And I've not heard you say anything about Mr. Thompson carrying that envelope from GOP, wherever they held their GOP meeting, to the Capitol, correct?
I did not see that.
All right. All right, I'm maybe a little bit out of order here in sequence.
Okay.
One of the counts is conspiracy to commit forgery. We've talked about that. Forgery. Commit uttering and publishing is one of them. And when we get down through this and look at it, do you know who the alleged victim may have been?
The victim would be the people of the state of Michigan when you're trying to circumvent the legitimate Democratic electors with another slate of electors with the intention of disrupting the count.
Okay. And are you talking about the count in the state of Michigan or the count in the federal government?
Both. I should have clarified. So
Okay.
they're trying to disrupt the count in the state of Michigan and the count.
So is it your belief that certificates of votes are not a federal function? To support that, isn't that a federal issue?
Yes. There's also a state process, of course, that's described in our laws that discuss how it.
Yeah, that's a big argument. But that's fine. This was covered a little bit in your testimony yesterday. Part of the issue is that the defendant, Mr. Thompson, in this specific case, or any of them, had specific knowledge that these documents were false, order, forged, or counterfeit. And which one of those do you believe it was? The false?
False.
All right. And that was because you believe it portrayed something.
It was not legitimate.
All right. When you say cheat someone, you're just saying the state of Michigan? Or are you specifically talking about a certain body of persons, a specific individual, at large?
The people of the state of Michigan. So there was 2 million. It was 2.8 million Democratic votes versus 2.6 million, approximately, without looking at the numbers. And so the popular vote was for President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. So the people had voted, the popular vote is awarded the electoral vote.
All right.
So the people of the state of Michigan, I know it's a kind of roundabout.
That's not wrong about it. You're saying the citizens of the state
Yeah,
of Michigan,
citizen.
that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it was intended to defraud or cheat population of the state of Michigan, correct?
Well, it was the voters for the state of Michigan. So the voters had, like I said, there was a majority vote for the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party.
All right. So if they intended to put in or overturn the election or get Donald Trump elected, wouldn't that be in support of those individuals that actually voted for Donald Trump?
But that's not how the process works.
Not asking that.
Okay.
You had identified who you believe the intended victim is.
Yes.
You said pretty much the people of the state of Michigan. Well, that's what I'm suggesting is that's not true, because there are people who wanted Donald Trump in, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to object to this question because the attorney is testifying. And it causes speculation and is also asking for legal conclusion. There are reasons to object here.
Okay, your question is about whether or not them submitting the alternate slate was in support of people who wanted Donald Trump.
I'm trying to identify the victims or who he believed the alleged
He
victim
said the victim
was.
was the state of Michigan, and so now we can't bifurcate it and say, well, the state of Michigan includes some people who want, when a state votes, whoever wins, that's the state vote. So their perception is the state of the whole, not
When the
who
court
voted for
says
who.
their perception,
I'm sorry,
when the court says their perception.
he said state of Michigan. He didn't say the victim was the people who voted for Donald Trump. He said the state.
But the part wasn't the entire state though. Is what
Well,
my
that's
argument
your
is.
testimony. That's
No,
not
no,
what he
no,
said.
no, that's not my testimony. He had testified to actually to the numbers of who voted for.
I recognize what he
So
voted,
it's
but
not
that's
my
not,
testimony.
but that's not what he said, who the victim was. He said the victim was the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan brings many lawsuits or actions. It is the state as a whole. You're trying to now separate it down to a fraction of the state.
I'm trying to identify who the true victim was. Is the court giving us an infirm ruling that the alleged victim is the state of Michigan?
You asked him who the victim was. He said very clearly the state of Michigan.
And I'm trying to contradict that.
Okay, well,
Make your witness.
you're,
No, I'm not making myself.
you're trying to get him to change his answer is what you're trying to do.
No, I'm trying to get him to admit that there are people that wanted Donald Trump to be the president.
That's a valid question. I'll
And
allow that question. I'm going to
Okay.
sustain our objection as to the other question.
All right, weren't there people who wanted Donald Trump to be the president?
Yes, sir.
And are you including those people in as the alleged victims too?
I'm just saying that the people.
Yes or no?
The people of the state of Michigan. So I don't know, the people that voted for Donald Trump, obviously, I'm not trying to disagree with you, supported the candidate.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I understand the answer. Are you including them in the state of Michigan or no? So yes or no?
No,
So based on your understanding, then, withdrawn. To the best of your knowledge, did any of the defendants ever claim that their slate was the official tabulation for the electoral ballots for the state of Michigan.
I would have to, I don't recall. I would have to review the material in my reports. If you're asking me for a specific statement, I don't recall. I know that they claim to be electors, but if they claim to be the official, if somebody said that specifically, I don't recall.
I'm gonna ask that he be allowed an opportunity to review, not at this point, we've got some timing issues. When I'm finished, if he wants to look at that, I've just preserved the answer though.
Your Honor, I'm gonna just make a, I guess, objection. on The record, and certainly want to make a record that I'm noticing a pattern of the agent. When he's asked a specific question, any of these electors, were they out there claiming that they were the official electors? If you're the case agent, you would know if these people are making those statements. And for this witness to continually say, I don't remember, I need to, it's becoming problematic, and I think suggesting that there might be something more here. I don't understand, I honestly don't understand, I don't understand. So I'm
What's the objection exactly though?
my objection is that.
Maybe not really an
This is my
objection.
objection. I'm pointing out for the record, I'm saying
Okay.
sensing a pattern, and I would hope that that's not being done intentionally. I don't mean the cast aspersions, I don't understand it.
Did you want to respond to the statements?
Well, no, I was gonna ask the question of what the actual objection was, but the court beat me to it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the objection is.
Yeah, it's really-
I will note, the record will note your concerns. It is very time consuming. And I don't think it's not just your concern. I'm sure that the prosecution probably has the same concerns. But these are issues that go towards credibility, not necessarily something that you can object to.
Yeah, that would be true. I mean, it is true, but the problem with that is that the affirmative statement, we've all seen the discovery. We know that, what these people did and didn't say. And so for him to say he doesn't know if any of them were out there claiming that they were the official electors, when he should, and not saying he does, and he's lying, I'm not saying it, but I would feel like you should know that because it's a critical part of his case.
Counsel?
With all due respect, when the witness is asked if a defendant made a specific statement and you have tens of thousands of pages, it's to ask that statement without allowing them to look to see if they made that specific statement. How can you give a truthful answer other than I don't specifically recall that specific statement? Now, honestly, I'm not sure why we're talking about this because this isn't a legitimate objection. And also, we're on another defendant, so I don't think counsel even has standing to.
I think his concern was the request to have him go back and review some information, which he still has a lingering request for that same purpose, which is he was just going to, he resolved it with, he would recall him. In order to save time, because we had adjourned 2 or 3 times to allow Agent Chalk to refresh his recollection. And I recognize it's a lot of information, but this is a case that I would akin to, like if I were doing a dissertation and I was preparing for this dissertation all these years, this is my baby. I know what my research is supposed to yield. And so I'm supposed to be able to defend my dissertation. I shouldn't have to continuously say, wait a minute, professor, let me go pull up that you think I'm gonna get my PhD if I did that? Probably not.
Probably not.
So that I think is the concern, and it's very time consuming. And now it's impacting how quickly we can get to the next witness, when earlier on you were accused of calling witnesses in a certain way as a strategy when you stated you were doing it because of scheduling, and now we're coming into scheduling issues even outside of that. So it's a concern that I'm sure every attorney in this room probably has, is how frequent we have to break or get back to things when they believe it's a question that this witness should have reasonable understanding enough to give a concise answer on. I'll note your request. Can you state your question one more time for the record so that we know exactly what we got to go back to? Because I'm expecting you all to recall them anyways at this.
No, I don't remember what my question was.
I do.
If you could reiterate it for the record.
And you can tell me if this was your question.
You can whisper it to him, because I have a question for Agent Shock while you do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
I need to follow up on this, your response to the people who voted for Donald Trump would not be considered as, you wouldn't consider them as the victims to this alleged crime, and I need to understand why you would believe that the people who voted for Donald Trump would not be victims in a crime, alleged crime against the state of Michigan. Why wouldn't they be part of the state of Michigan?
You know, I've obviously had a moment to reflect on it. You know, anything that disrupts our democracy would impact everybody. Those that voted for Donald Trump, those that voted for President Biden. So I guess having a moment to reflect, I guess everybody in the state of Michigan would suffer if our democracy wasn't preserved, if the process was disrupted or changed or altered from what it was intended to be.
No, thank you. And did you recall your question?
Yes, I did. Actually, I did have it written down and I just found my spot for it. The question was, did anyone ever claim that the alternate slate was the official tabulations for the state of Michigan, for the electoral votes? And you said you'd have to refresh your memory, so that's there. But do you recall if anybody made any representations to the federal government that this was the defendants, that this was the that these votes were the tabulations that should be counted in any fashion?
The document itself.
Just by their signature?
Yeah, the total document, yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to reserve the rest of my question based on his prior answer. I'm going to reserve the right to recall based on other witnesses. I'm not going to go into redirect on prosecutors. Direct, it would be based on questions based on other witnesses. I'm going to pass them, except for the opportunity to recall.
Sounds good.
Except for the one issue that he's going to have to look up.
All right, duly noted.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Just while we're in a moment of transition, I did reach out to Mr. Renner's attorney. He's gonna reach out to Mr. Renner and see if they can come early.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Even if that means we go to lunch earlier so that we can be back here by 1:30.
Oh,
Sit down. Good morning, Agent Shock.
good morning.
My name's Wright Blake. I represent Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, sir. And going back to your background, you indicated that you have extensive training and years in law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yeah,
In fact, over 20 some years.
yeah,
You were with various police agencies. You were with the state and the insurance fraud master.
yeah,
And you did probably thousands of criminal investigations, correct?
yeah,
And when you were doing these investigations, I take it that, once again, you wanted to be thorough and do an extensive job into your discovery of the case and development of the case with every jurisdiction.
yes,
And you just didn't want to sit on the case and let it linger. You wanted to make sure you expedited it and got everything in place so that you could present a warrant for the prosecutor to approve. Is that correct?
yes. I don't want to sit on a case, but we have case loads, so you have to manage that, obviously. So you try to, do as much as you can with this case, and it's,
We haven't
something
got
for
to,
waiting
we
on
haven't
something.
got to this case yet, I just want to know about your history before you became an arm of the Attorney General. It was your policy to expeditiously investigate a case, and if there was a prosecution, to assist in the prosecution, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the court has used an analogy about if this was your child or something, they would know everything about it, the case. You sort of adopted this child. Would that be a fair statement? You didn't come in right from the beginning in 2020 and start investigating. the
Okay,
case.
I understand. Yes, yes, sir.
And you didn't come in 2021, right?
No, sir.
That, when was that time period that you became a member of the Attorney General's office?
It was in October of 2022.
And your boss is Dana Nessel, correct?
She is my boss is Supervisor Sam Miller, but ultimately she is the Attorney General of the state.
Okay, and she's a Democrat.
Yes, sir.
And are you a Democrat?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Relevant,
Bias, Judge.
Excuse me?
Bias, credibility. This whole thing is about politics.
I don't think the witness's political affiliations automatically presumes bias.
Well, unless she has personal knowledge, Judge.
who has personal knowledge?
The prosecutor, I'm able to ask.
Why do you
whether-
assume that she knows his political party?
Well, I would hope so.
Why would she know his political party?
Well, if I was her, I would.
I don't know my colleagues'
I wouldn't
political
want a
parties.
Republican sitting
Objection
there.
sustained, move on.
So the Attorney General is the ultimate boss, and then you have your boss, you said Sam Miller or something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of you becoming involved in the case, you went over thousands and thousands of pages of discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've also watched the social media and the news and things of that nature pertaining to this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of the comments that Dana Nessel made about Ms. Rodriguez being a lawyer?
I don't recall those comments about her being a lawyer.
Right, but you know that she is a lawyer.
Mrs. Rodriguez? Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you take over this case, you took it over from what agent?
Special Agent Scott Cronin.
And he's no longer with the Attorney General's office, retired.
No, he is. He was reassigned. There was a new position that opened up that he submitted for, so he was transferred to that position.
Now, surely he wasn't the only officer working this case. Or was it?
I have records that show there was Special Agent Pete Ackerley had done one report. As far as Scott Cronin, when he was working the case, I know that Special Agent Mike Steckel assisted him with some interviews.
So you're saying very little discovery was in play when you took your position as the Attorney General's office?
I'm not sure what you mean by
That's a
that.
bad question. When you came in 2022 as a law enforcement member of the Attorney General's office, did you have this big old expansive file and all type of dialogue or discovery to go over? Or are you just saying that these officers only gave you a few police reports that you leaned over before you did your investigation?
There was a few reports. I want to say it was less than 20.
20 pages?
No, 20 reports.
Okay, I don't know what the reports entail. Are we talking volumes? Are we talking a couple of pages?
More or less just a few pages the reports would consist of.
So in one briefcase, you could cover the Attorney General's case against these 16 individuals when you started your employment.
Yes, that was part of the material that I reviewed.
Okay. And did you have any concern while you were taking a case that was 2 years old or almost 2 years old?
I don't, no, to answer your question, no.
All right. Now, we saw these initial exhibits, which were photographs that were taken of individuals who were out on the Capitol lawn or at the Capitol door on December 14, 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
And prior to you taking, or strike that, those pictures were obtained by you, not any other police officer, right?
I'm not sure which pictures you're referring to. So some of the pictures were taken by Mr. Thompson. Some of the video, the pictures were made into stills. So, you know,
When
would
you
be,
said you looked on Facebook or something, social media, and you were able to download certain photographs that you presented for evidence, correct?
I believe those were taken, the pictures that you're referring to in the exhibits were taken from the videos. So they were captured from
Okay, I'm
videos.
sorry. Whose video?
The YouTube video, Mr. Thompson's photos, and then the Eric Lloyd, the reporter's video.
Reporter for who?
He's an independent.
Okay, there was local TV stations that were present when this happened. correct?
There was that as well, yes.
All right. And I believe you also testified that you went through voluminous numbers of emails and social media accounts, correct?
Yes,
Did you do so for Ms. Rodriguez?
her social media account.
Yes, let's start with social media.
I don't believe she had a social media.
That wasn't my question. Did you look at her social media account? If she had,
Oh, no,
you did not.
no. I looked for it. I'm misunderstanding your question. So I looked for it. I don't believe she had a social media.
Okay. And did you also serve a subpoena to her cell phone provider to get any text messages, emails?
Yes,
Okay. Did you present to the prosecutor or the attorney general any of the emails indicating that she was a lawyer who's helping this campaign or had knowledge of the elections?
I'm not,
Let me-
no, I'm not.
There were some individuals you dubbed as Trump lawyers, right?
They were attorneys working for the Trump campaign.
Right, and you called them Trump lawyers, right? Just a shortcut.
Sure, yes.
One of them was Cheese Bro,
Yes, Mr. Kenneth Cheesebro.
and who was the other one?
There was a Sean Flynn.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you discover any interaction between those two individuals, Lynn and Cheese Bro and Ms. Rodriguez?
There was an email that was that I located from that was put out by Mrs. Rodriguez thanking Mr. Flynn
For what?
for participating in the vote on December 14th at the Michigan GOP.
Okay, were there any emails discussing campaign strategy other than that, election law?
No.
Did you have any knowledge as to whether or not Ms. Rodriguez had any knowledge or expertise in campaign or election law?
I had knowledge that she had experience working for the party, serving as a delegate.
Okay, so my answer as a lawyer, did you see anything indicate to you that she did strategy or legal strategy to this campaign or to the election?
No, sir.
And your intel discovered what type of law that she specialized in, did it not?
Yes, it did.
And what was it?
It was probate.
And indigent people. Should you agree with that?
Yes.
So getting back to these photographs that you extracted from the video, you brought to our attention an individual by the name of Ian Northrop, I believe that's his name.
Northon.
Northon.
Yeah,
And he was present when these videos or pictures were taken, okay, correct?
which videos or pictures are you referring to?
The
The ones at the Capitol?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
and once again, who is Ian Northrup?
He's an attorney.
Okay, is he from the State Bar of Michigan or another
He is,
state?
he is licensed in Michigan.
Lawyer that you attribute to Trump campaign?
Through my investigation, I didn't find that he was working for the Trump campaign.
Okay, and he wasn't placed inside of the location where the photograph was taken with the 16 individuals, am I correct?
He was not in the picture. Believe I had witnesses that I talked to that thought that he was there.
That wasn't my question. My question is specific, sir.
Okay,
You have a photograph of him in that building, yes or no?
no, sir.
In fact, you don't even have a photograph of this so-called document that was generated in that, according to your theory, in that building or location.
No, sir.
And that's all it is a theory as to where it was generated or where it was constructed, would you agree?
No, it's not a theory because it's based on the information I received from the witnesses.
Okay, do you have firsthand knowledge as to what kind of document was generated with it?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
So the information that I have is the information I received from Mr. Chesborough. As we talked about earlier, that document was sent to,
Did you receive physical evidence? How can you document that this actually took place, other than someone's word for it?
I have the document itself is the physical evidence.
You
that
have
I-
the documents after the fact. There's a chain of custody that we're gonna go through
Okay,
before we get to the document. And out of all of this, you have one document, correct?
2 documents, sir.
And those documents were supposedly mailed to the archivist on a certain date. I forgot the date specifically.
Well, just to make sure we're talking about the same document. So there's the 2020 certificate of votes with the 16 signatures, and then the other document is just the document with Kathy Burton's signature.
Okay,
So the one that was, yes, the one with the signatures was mailed to the archivist in the Senate.
so getting to the document that was mailed to the archivist. You said that prior to getting involved in this investigation, you familiarize yourself with the statutes that dealt with the elections, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. With respect to the federal statute, there are certain requirements that are required in order to send a certificate of votes and various documents to the archivist. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be done by registered mail. Would you agree?
Yes.
So was there an attempt to send some documents by registered mail in this case to the archivist?
Yes.
And do you know who sent that registered mail?
Yes.
There personally when the person sent it, or you just have
No.
some
No, as I
information?
talked to Mr. Gilbert, it was my belief based on the information that I provided Mr. Gilbert.
And prior to the document being sent, you get to the chain of custody. You're claiming that this document was generated, number one, in the location where all the electors gathered, right?
When you say generated, you mean created?
Yes.
The document was created by Mr. Chesborough. Where that was, I don't know. I know that it was emailed to Mrs. Sheridan. And apparently it was edited. Where that location was, I don't know where it was
So,
edited.
You're saying Mr. Chesborough was the author of the document? He
Yes.
said it. And where did he manufacture this document?
I don't know where, are you looking for a specific city or building?
Any place up under the sun, you know, was he
I
on
don't
his
know.
boat when he generated the document? Was he in another state?
He would likely have been in another state. I think he was living in New York at the time, but also commuting back and forth to Wisconsin. So it was in another state.
So the document was not authored or manufactured in the state of Michigan. That's your testimony.
Yes, sir.
And this document was sent to who by email?
It was sent to Mrs. Marianne Sheridan.
Okay.
It was sent to other people as well.
Do you have any proof that that document was sent to the lawyer, Ms. Rodriguez?
No,
And do you have a date or a timeline when that document was sent?
it was sent on December 10th.
And you don't know whether or not there were any additions, corrections made to that document by anybody?
There was, yeah.
And what was the addition or correction?
Well, initially, the document was sent with the 16 electors or delegates, that were nominated at the state convention. Then it was changed based on 2 vacancies that they had. And then it was also changed to reflect that Mrs. Rodriguez was the secretary, Mrs. Bergen was the chairwoman. Can't recall what initially the first document, it was Mrs. Sheridan, I believe was listed as the secretary or had some other title.
No, as part of your investigation, did you subpoena or obtain any minutes from the so-called group or electors?
I learned that there was no minutes, there was no, according to Mr. Renner's testimony, there was no Robert's Rules of Orders. The meeting wasn't organized in a manner that anybody thought that they were taking minutes. Also, Mr. Zamet and Mr. Hudson, who were there as well, also gave it similar statements.
Did you take any notes from those individuals or did you subpoena any notes?
Are we talking about Mr. Hudson and Mr. Zamet?
Yes.
Yes, I interviewed them and then wrote reports on that.
Okay. Did you take any notes from them, from this so-called, when you're making the corrections and the additions? There weren't any notes in existence as far as you know, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so they make these corrections and then ultimately fast forward and we have these individuals marching to the state capitol at what time of the day is it?
It's about 2 p.m.
And the state and federal, the state election law indicates that they should be convened, they were legitimate convening in the state capitol, right?
Yes,
At 2 p.m.
yes.
That never happened, right?
For the Republican electors, yes, you're correct.
And all of them, all the electors are to appear in the state capitol at this certain time.
The Democratic electors were to appear at that time.
Now, your testimony in this case is that only a few of those individuals were with Mr. Northrop approaching the state capitol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once again, Ms. Rodriguez was not one of those individuals. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. I did not see her in any of the video.
And you say that an attempt was made for Mr. Northrop to pass an envelope over to someone?
Yes, Mr. Northon. I'm
I'm
sorry.
probably butchering his name.
Yeah, that's okay.
And
Northon, yes.
you're claiming that the document that he had is the document that's in contention here.
Yes,
Okay, so Mr. Northam is not a defendant in this case.
no, sir.
Has he been granted immunity?
Not aware of that.
Has he done a proffer?
No, sir.
And you said that the document was presented to, well, actually, an envelope was presented to a state trooper or Capitol Guard.
Yeah,
Which specific Capitol Guard or trooper was it?
at the time, his rank was lieutenant. I believe he's a captain now. His name's Darren Green.
Mr. Green refused to accept service of this envelope, and those individuals never entered into the state capitol. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's also your claim that the envelope, that envelope is similar to an envelope that was sent to federal government, the Federal Department of Archives, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the document that's sent to the archivist, was it addressed to the archivist?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's a name on there?
No,
Registered?
just the archivist.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, but there wasn't a specific name, right? It's just sent to the archivist,
Yeah.
right? In the hopes that it'll get through all that bureaucracy in the federal government,
yeah.
right? And was that the only letter the archivist received about Trump winning the election on that day? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that they had received it,
Okay, and when you said they,
the archivist, people, the staff.
you know the specific date, we'll strike that. The document was submitted or mailed, according to your intel, on the 15th of December. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And that's once again against the federal rules of election. It has to be sent immediately by legislature. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And also it has to be certain number of copies that have to be sent. So it was, once again, it failed to meet that requirement, correct?
it was sent to the letter shows that, or the memorandum shows where it was supposed to be sent to.
Okay, let's get to that.
Okay,
The letter says where it's supposed to be sent, but the statute is explicit that it has to be sent to the seat of the state capitol, Secretary of State, has to be certified, sworn to, right? A
yes,
whole bunch of requirements. The document that the archivist received is nowhere near or close to what's required by federal law. Would you agree with that?
I would say that doesn't meet the requirements, especially with the certificate of ascertainment. It doesn't, it didn't have other documents with it. It was just sent to the archivist and the Senate.
Now, importantly, none of those documents, and I believe it's been alluded to before, were sent to anybody in the state of Michigan. Would you agree with that? It wasn't sent to the Senate, the president, it wasn't sent to Congress, the state house, the Secretary of State, but even sent to a dog catcher.
So based on my investigation,
It's a simple question, sir. That document wasn't sent to anybody in the state of Michigan.
oh, the
Yes
state
or
of
no?
Michigan. Okay, I didn't know that you were referring to the state of Michigan.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay, no.
All right, so let's fast forward again to when you become involved in the case. And all these documents, I was starting to feel sorry for you because I thought somebody else had prepared them. But what you're saying is that you're the one who, that's your baby. You're the one that generated all that, those articles, those 10,000 pages, right?
I created a lot of the material. Yes, some of the material obviously was through social media return. So you had thousands of pages that I didn't create, but I received.
Did you have assistance with the federal government in your investigation?
No,
You never talked to the investigator for the Senate House?
I thought you were referring to another law enforcement agency. So yes, To
Okay,
clarify, yes.
and that person is in law enforcement. They're an investigator, right?
For which entity? The
The
Senate?
The subcommittee, the committee for the riot January 6th.
The only person that I spoke to that was law enforcement was Agent David Stupar, who works for the National Archives.
So you've never subpoenaed the deposition that was taken of Ms. Rodriguez in front of the House committee?
I did, it's open source, or so it's available online.
Okay, so the answer would be yes, you subpoenaed that document. So you, being the thorough officer that you are, you didn't make any calls to the individuals handling that. And it's really a parallel investigation to assist you.
They wouldn't provide any, the calls that I made to the Senate or to like the National Archives, trying to get somebody to talk to, I could never get a return call back.
Well, you called the people from the archivist's office and they called you back, right?
They were willing to speak to me.
Did you ever go to Washington DC and present your credentials and ask for assistance, sir? Yes or no?
No,
Okay, so you had very little, if any, help from that agency. And you weren't curious as to whether or not there was a federal investigation on the same individuals in this case?
I was.
And wouldn't it make sense to coordinate that operation with the other arm and have one prosecution instead of two?
Yes.
Your office also contacted the Attorney General for strike that the Attorney Grievance Commission with respect to Ms. Rodriguez, is that correct?
They initially contacted us first.
Right, but didn't your office
But that-
subpoena records from Ms. Rodriguez's file
Yes,
pertaining to this case,
yes.
even though her role as a lawyer was not in play in this particular prosecution?
So one of the witnesses suggested that the reason why she was secretary, people were talking about
Well, I
making.
didn't ask you that question.
Your
sir.
Honor, I
I
asked
asked
that the
you why
witness
it-
be allowed to finish his answer.
Well, Judge, it's a hearsay, and he
I'm
always,
gonna
alludes-
object,
let me
actually.
finish. He always alludes to, when he goes off on tangents about other individuals. And he's done a lot of hearsay, Judge, and I'm cutting him off now,
Your concern is he's not answering your question, is that your concern?
well, he was about to answer.
Or that his
hearsay
question-
with the
Or
objection.
is his response hearsay, is that your concern?
Yes, Judge.
You had an objection?
Yes, I do, and that's non-responsive, because he wasn't asked the question, he was answering. And I've noticed that happened. on the board meeting.
Well, with all due respect, the question was whether or not Ms. Rodriguez was operating in her capacity as a lawyer on December 14, 2020. And I believe the witness was attempting to answer that. I don't think he was given a yes or no answer, but I believe he was attempting to answer how that would tie in from his investigation.
The question, I think, is whether or not she was operating in her capacity as a lawyer is a yes or no question. I think that this witness says, I would agree. There's a lot of times there's yes or no questions that he should be answering yes or no. It's a cross-examination.
Thank you.
You can answer the question.
No,
Okay. And so here we are in 2024. You've pretty much been, investigating this case for 2 years.
not quite that long, about a year and a half.
And you now have help. You have other individuals with you, right? Helping you in this investigation.
Don't have, no, I had Agent Torres early on when we were doing interviews, but that's it, it's just me.
When you were doing interviews, how long did it take for you to even think about doing interviews in this case?
It started fairly soon, so it would have been early 2020, 2023.
That's soon to you for a 2020 case?
Well, I didn't get assigned it till the end of 2022. There was interviews that were done by Agent Cronin prior to me taking the case.
So did you attempt to interview the 16 defendants in this case?
Yes,
And You were in no hurry to interview them. You took your time doing that, right?
I was in a hurry. I don't know if you characterize it as a hurry. There's additional information that I wanted to review before I spoke to them. I'd like to prep for the interview
Where's your office at, or where was it during this investigation?
in Detroit.
All right, so when you're doing your investigation, you were aware that Ms. Rodriguez had a lawyer, were you not?
When I went to knock on her door to talk to her.
Before you even did that, you didn't look at the, you didn't consult with the federal government about the deposition that she took?
Yes, I saw that.
Well, you saw she had a lawyer at that deposition,
Yeah.
right? So how come you just didn't call the lawyer and say, I want to speak to your client?
I didn't have any information that you were still representing her.
So you just normally show up at somebody's house and knock on the door in order for them to give a statement?
I normally call.
But you didn't do so in this case with Rodriguez, did you?
I don't recall.
And you had 3 police cars and around 4 or 5 officers out there, didn't
That's not true.
you? How many did you have with?
There was myself and Agent Torres.
You didn't have, you had 2 other officers, am I correct, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So you waited months. And did you have any additional information you wanted to discuss with her then, or you pretty much had all your information that you were going to submit for a warrant?
No, I wanted to get her side of the story.
Okay. So when did you submit a warrant request for this case?
July 18th, 2023.
July 18th, 2023. All right. Roughly, like you said, a couple of years or a year and 8 months or something after the alleged criminal activity, correct?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
thank you.
Need to take a break. Go to the restroom. Okay. Take a 10-minute break. Off the record. Come see. We're back on the record. Do we have any update on Renner?
I did not get an update.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, were you going to question next?
Yes, I do have to judge. Is it okay if I stay here?
Absolutely.
All right, right out.
Okay, and Agent Shock is still under oath. You get to see counsel.
I'll let you-
That's fixed. That's it right there. I can aim it at somewhat directional.
Test. I just want to make sure the mic is going to pick up your voice.
Okay, can you hear me fine with this or not?
I can hear.
The next issue, I'm sorry, man.
No, you got to move the laptop.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. What about the laptop?
Yeah, okay, and put the mic back. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, can you pick me up? All right,
Your turn. Yep,
that's good.
thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Judge. Okay, Mr. Shock, of course, we know each other from earlier proceedings. My name is Dave Coleman. I represent Mr. Cho, just to remind you who I'm representing here. And can I ask you for your complete name? It's Howard, what's your middle name?
Joseph,
Joseph Shock.
yes, Junior,
Okay, have you ever been known by any other?
no, just Howard Shaw.
And I'd like to spend a little time going through the actual charges that have been brought here, and they've been brought through your affidavit, your request, right?
Yes,
And I know you've repeatedly said through your testimony here that you're not making legal conclusions, you just investigated. Am I correct in that? That's been your position?
yeah, in the attorney, in my affidavit, the attorneys listed the appropriate charges.
Okay,
I-
so
in
you,
the
I
affidavit.
think you realize where I was going with that. So when
Yeah.
the charges are listed at the end of your affidavit, you did not prepare that, the AG's office did?
Yes, sir,
Okay, but throughout the paragraphs preceding the counts that are brought in this case, that's all your work, right? All the
Yeah.
numbered paragraphs.
yes,
Okay, and you draw numerous legal conclusions all the way through that document, don't you?
no,
Well, you do. You say my client's guilty of committing fraud, of committing perjury. You make that statement over and over throughout your affidavit, don't you?
yes,
And that's a legal conclusion, isn't it?
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go through these counts. Since you've made the legal conclusion that my client is guilty of all 8 of these counts, I'd like to go through them. I'd like to know on count, well, I'll start with count 2 and count 3. I'll come back to count 1, which is the conspiracy. Those are the 3 forgery charges. Okay. Do you need a copy of the complaint in front of you to help you as I go through these elements?
That would be helpful.
Your Honor, if I could, I think I have an extra copy. Just got a minute here. I can get it.
Dave, I think I have one.
Do you have an extra one? Okay. Thank you.
It's gonna be for my client, but.
They're the same.
You
Yeah,
wanna see if I'll be.
that's okay. I'll ask the question.
Thank
Hey, Mr. Shock, I know you've been handed a copy of the felony complaint regarding this rug, correct?
Is that the wrong one?
Or which one? do you have?
Yes, Mr. Rook, yes.
Okay. This complaint is the same for all defendants, other than the name has changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the complaint you have in front of you would be the same complaint you would ask the court to issue regarding Mr. Cho, correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So, looking at counts 2 and 3, you have 2 counts of forgery, right?
yes.
Can you explain to me how one document leads to 2 counts of forgery?
Well, one count is conspiracy to commit forgery.
No, I'm not talking about count one. I'm talking about counts 2 and 3. You have 2 counts of just forgery. And there's one document that you've been testifying to this whole time, and I'm going to refer to it as a certificate of votes, okay? That you allege that my client knowingly signed. That's the only document that you're alleging was forged, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, there was 2 documents that were sent to, one was sent to the National Archives and then one was sent to the Senate.
right, but it was the same document.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so there's one document, right?
yes.
Okay, how do you get 2 counts of forgery in one document?
Again, I'm not an attorney, but two documents were sent. One was sent to the National Archives and the other document was sent to the Senate.
Well, if you look at count 2, it says you're alleging that Mr. Choate falsely that he made, altered, forged, or counterfeited a public record, right?
Yes,
Okay, there's one public record, right? The certificate of votes,
yes,
right?
but it was duplicated.
So because it's the same document and a copy's made, that's 2 counts.
It was
Is
sent,
that-
it was passed in 2 different locations, so,
Okay, but you would agree it's one document, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, regarding counts 2 and 3, what evidence do you have that Mr. Choate falsely did anything?
Well, the document says that he was at the Capitol building at 2 p.m. He was not there. The document says that these are the duly and qualified electors, which is not true. And then the document was, like I said, mailed off to the Senate and the National Archives.
Okay, anything else that he did that was false? I'm talking about Mr. Choate. I've got 3 things here. Did you say he was not at the Capitol building? I didn't.
Right. He wasn't at the Capitol building at 2 p.m.
All right, so that wouldn't be any false acts. So the only 2 I've got are that he claimed he was a duly elected elector and that the document was mailed to the 2 places of the federal government. Is that it? Anything else?
It wasn't in the Senate chamber at 2 p.m.
Okay. Anything else?
And it just falsely asserted a vote for President Trump and Vice President Pence.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's it, sir.
Okay, well, let's go through those. All of those things you just said, at least 3 of them, I'll come back to the mailing, the document to the federal government. But that he claimed he was a duly qualified elector, that he was not at the Senate chamber for the state capitol you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
On December 14th, he was not there, right?
Yes, sir.
And he falsely somehow said that he was casting a vote for President Trump and Vice President Pence, right? Those 3 things.
Yeah.
Okay, all of those are contained on the first page of the certificate of votes, which I believe is page 2 of exhibit 5. But you know what we're talking about, the certificate of vote.
Yeah, it's 11.
Okay, it's 11. And the first page has those statements that you just talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay. The second page is what you allege Mr. Choate signed, correct?
I thought it was the 3rd page.
Okay, well, the second page, yeah, that'd be helpful.
Purposes of the record, I'm gonna hand the witness exhibit 11.
All right, so we're clear on the record. Page 2 of exhibit 11 is the written part of the certificate of vote, correct?
Yes.
All right, so page 3 of exhibit 11 would be the signature page, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's where you allege Mr. Choate signed the signature page on page 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on page 3 that says Mr. Choate's a duly qualified elector?
No.
Is there anything on page 3 that says that he appeared at the Senate chamber of the state capitol on December 14th?
No.
Is there anything on page 3 that says Mr. Cho voted for President Trump or Vice President Pence as an elector?
No.
Okay. So it's not contained there. So your whole case of him presenting false information, falsely under counts 2 and 3, is based on page 2 of that document, the written out part of the document of the certificate of vote.
Yes, and it's also based on all the information, totality of the investigation.
Okay, you keep saying that. I don't care about the totality of the information. I'm talking about my client. You're saying Mr. Cho falsely did something. I don't care if you have 8 other people saying they did something or whatever.
Your
How's
Honor, I'm
that?
gonna
I don't care.
object and ask the
I wanna know-
attorney ask a question.
This is cross-exam, Your Honor. I think I'm able to have a little leeway to get to the real issue here. I'm ready to ask a question.
I agree. You can move forward.
Thank you, Judge. I care about Mr. Cho, okay? And we're not talking about conspiracy here. We're talking about counts 2 and 3. You're saying he forged a document, a public record. So I don't care about your totality. What did he do? And you've told me 4 things here. So you acknowledge that 3, the duly elected, the not at the Senate chamber, and the vote, we're all on page 2 of Exhibit 11, right?
Yes,
Okay. What evidence do you have that Mr. Choate created that page 2?
I don't have any evidence. to
What
show
evidence
that.
do you have that he participated in helping to draft page 2?
No.
All right. What evidence do you have that he had anything to do with the making of that document, the vote, the certificate of vote in Exhibit 11?
None.
Thank you. What evidence do you have that he altered that certificate of vote in any way? The only altering you talked about that I heard this morning or yesterday was a couple of names changed because they were replaced and the secretary changed, and there were a couple of minor changes like that. Did Mr. Choate alter that document in any way? Do you have any evidence of that?
No.
Did Mr. Choate have anything to do with helping to alter that, or was he involved in that document creation?
No.
What did Mr. Choate do to forge that public document? How did he forge it?
By putting his signature on it.
No, I'm talking about the
adopting it.
document, sir. A document,
Okay.
not a signature.
Okay,
You're saying this is a forged document, okay?
it's not a legitimate document. It's
Okay.
not,
That's not my question. You said forged. I understand you don't agree with it. You don't think it's legitimate. That's not what you're charging them with. You're charging them with forging the document.
so that was,
How was it forged? That's what I'm asking.
I tried to answer that, sir. It's not the legitimate document, it's a forged.
That's not an
document.
answer, sir. I'm asking you you made a legal conclusion in your affidavit. You're charging my client with forgery of this public document. How did he forge the public document if he had nothing to do with it?
It's a false document.
But he had nothing to do with it. How did Hank Choate do that?
The signature's on the document.
Sir, that's not my question. Okay, somebody can forge a document, doesn't mean they signed it. How did he forge the document?
The document's a false document, the signature's on the document.
His signature's not on the first page of that document, is it?
No, sir.
And you have no evidence that Hank Choate ever saw that first page before he signed that day, do you?
No.
In fact, you're aware Mr. Choate claimed he never saw the first page, aren't you? That was part of your investigation. You're aware of that, right?
That he never saw the first
The
page.
first page when he signed that day?
He never,
Sorry, I'm gonna interpose an objection only for the record and clarification. You keep talking about the number of pages. Exhibit 11, I'm as an officer of the court, say for the record that that is 3 pages, or that the first page of the exhibit is a memorandum. It's not the document itself. And that's why I think there's some confusion. We've been calling it second page.
We're including the memorandum and the
So-
page
And the
count.
third page.
So for the record, the first page of People's 11 is a memorandum that's not the,
No, if I
It may or may not.
misspoke. Yeah, if I misspoke, I sorry.
No,
I
I
thought
just-
I've been trying to say the second page is the written out part of the certificate of oath. The third page is the signature page, right? Is that right,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Shah?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thanks. I wasn't clear on that. I thought I was, but, okay, so back again, sir. You're charging him with actually forging, creating, making, altering, counterfeiting. That's doing some, making the document. What did he do to do that? He did nothing, did he?
He signed the document.
Sir, answer my question. I didn't ask you if he signed it. I asked you, did he make it? Did he alter it? Did he forge it? Did he counterfeit it?
No,
Thank you. Further in counts 2 and 3, you say, or the charge, I'm sorry, you don't say, the charge is that my client falsely did this, which you now acknowledge he didn't do, but he did it with the intent to injure or defraud. What proof do you have specifically about Mr. Choate that he intended to injure or defraud anybody through a document he had nothing to do with, forging or making or counterfeiting or anything? What intent would he have to defraud?
so going back, the votes were certified in November of 2023. The Democratic electors were summoned to the Capitol on December 14th. The party had put out a press release, and as early as November 20th, the party meeting Mike Shirkey, Lee Chatfield, after their visit to the White House with President Trump, saying that they weren't going to intervene, that there was nothing that they saw that was going to overturn the election. There was no recount. There was no meeting of both the Democratic electors and the Republican electors at the time. There was no chance that this document there was no chance that the Republican slate was going to move forward. There wasn't any sort of recount. So that's where I'm going with all this.
Okay, look, we're gonna come back to that.
I'm gonna object. I asked that, and to be stricken, it's non-responsive. That's not what he asked.
Your Honor, I believe that's exactly what he asked. He asked what evidence did he have, and he was going through the evidence before he was
To that
interrupted.
specific, I didn't interrupt.
Not you.
Oh,
You
okay.
did. I mean, I'm sorry. Counsel for Choate interrupted the answer in progress, and then you object, just to make a record.
Non-responsive.
I believe it is responsible.
Counsel, did you want to respond to the objection? Since it was your question,
I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
the objection's overruled. Thank you.
Mr. Shack, let's talk about that for a minute. Yeah. You keep saying this. They knew on December 14th that they had no chance that anything would change. No case would overturn anything. Mike Shirkey has spoken from on high, and Lee Chatfield, they knew there was no chance for anything to change when they met on December 14th, right? That's your position, right?
Yes,
Okay. That's not based on reality at all, is it?
it's based on the
That's
information.
your perception, right?
It's based on the information I learned in the investigation.
Okay, let's talk about some other information that you had. For example, you talk about this one case in your affidavit. One case in federal court that an initial ruling by a trial judge 7 days before on December 7th, a trial judge had said, I'm throwing out this case challenging the election, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you relied on that. You say, this is, see, they knew they had no chance for anything to change, right?
Yes,
Okay. Sir, do you understand the legal system? Do you understand how it works?
I'm not
You're-
an attorney.
Well, you worked in it all the time. You understand
I
how
have-
court cases are handled, right?
I have a limited knowledge of
Okay.
the court system.
Are you aware how cases can be appealed?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, wasn't that decision appealed?
I would have to refer back to the
Okay.
case to see what.
So you don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And so you don't recall. Okay. So if it were appealed, it wouldn't be a final decision, would it? Because it's on appeal, right?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the only election law case going on December 14th of 2020?
no,
Oh, there were other legal challenges, right?
yes.
Antrim County, right?
There were several legal challenges. I
Right.
don't.
I'm asking you, do you know about the Antrim County case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew about our case in Wayne County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, our case in Wayne County, there was no final ruling till January of 2021, correct? Or do you know?
Yes.
You knew that, right? So why are you trying to represent to the court that one case that's on appeal somehow means these folks knew they had no basis when there's other cases all over the place going on that were still pending? Can you explain that to me?
It's based on the totality of my investigation.
Come on,
If
the
that-
totality of your, so let me say it this way, you ignored the other cases, didn't you? Because it didn't fit what you wanted to put in your affidavit, isn't that right?
No,
Well, why didn't you mention them then? You knew about them, why didn't you mention them?
I don't recall why I didn't
You
mention
don't
that.
recall, okay. That seems to be your typical answer, I don't recall.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
I'll withdraw it, thank you. And you don't even know if the Shirkey Chatfield statement came out before the meeting on December 14th or after the meeting, do you?
Yeah, the first one came out on November 20th. Or it was also publicized on November 21st, 2020.
Well, that's the first I've heard of that. You were testifying yesterday about a statement on December 14th. Now you're saying there's another statement that Shirkey and Chatfield put out?
No, I said yesterday that there was a statement that was published on December 14th, but there was also another statement, and I couldn't recall the date. I said I thought it was in November.
On December 14th, that statement, which is the one you were saying yesterday that you relied upon, do you know what time of day that statement came out? Was it before the meeting of the electors or after the meeting? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. So how can you convey to the court and tell the court they knew about a statement that you don't even know had been made yet? And that's evidence that this court should issue charges and accept your affidavit. How can you do that, sir?
Because there was a previous statement on November 20th,
Oh, okay.
21st.
So now that's your statement. Okay. So now the November or the December 14th statement doesn't matter anymore. There was another statement in November. Is that what you're claiming?
No, sir.
And let me ask you this. Did Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield control the legend? Did they control everything that was going on in these challenges for the election results?
No,
Okay. So what difference does their opinion make to the electors when they met on the 14th, when there's still legal challenges and other issues going on?
there are some of the party leaders, so that information is generally shared with the party.
All right, look, you were aware there are other party members, Republicans in both the Senate and the House, that agreed with the electors back at that time, and that there should be more investigation. There were other legislative members that agreed with that, right? You were aware of that from the totality of your investigation.
Yes,
Okay, so why does one or two members control over 10 or 15 others who disagree? What's the difference?
because the information that Shirkey and Chatfield had apparently been privy to seemed like they had the most accurate information.
Okay, so they're the only ones that matter. It doesn't matter if there's other legislators that agree with my clients. They're still guilty of a crime because of Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield making a statement later that same day. That's what you're saying.
No,
All right. Look, the exhibit that was admitted yesterday when Mr. Bellata was questioning you from Nishan Matter, it says right in there that we have a team of state reps and senators who support what we did today. And you found that was accurate, right?
yes,
Okay. And in fact, she references in here that the legislature could still act. That might have been Amy Fechinello. That's exhibits D and E. You saw those, right?
yes,
And they reference the fact that the legislature might still act, right?
Yes.
That's what they thought. Correct.
That's what she said, yes.
Okay. So on December 14th, now we've established all of the electors at that point thought, well, maybe the legislature was still going to act, regardless of what Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield said. There were other court cases still pending, and the one case you did bring up is on appeal.
Are these questions?
I'm sorry.
Are these questions? Because I'm not getting.
Yeah,
any
I'm
response
asking, I'm getting
back.
the question.
Oh, okay.
So how can you say then that on that date, they knew that what they were doing was incorrect, or that they couldn't be an alternate slate, or that there wasn't a contingency to what they were doing? How can you say that?
There was no contingency language in the document. These folks, like I said, there was no effort to be made to meet at the Capitol and the Senate chambers with the Democratic Party. There was no effort to work with the state government to determine if there was going to be a recount, or if we were going to meet together like they did in Hawaii. There was no concert
Okay.
between
Well,
the
let
two.
me ask that then. How does that support your charges? If they didn't really try, and they didn't go to the Capitol, and they didn't try to meet, you said some of them did, but a lot of them weren't there, a lot of the electors, then how did they try to commit the fraud? How did they try to do it?
Because knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted, it wasn't going to have a place in the process, and it wasn't a legitimate, it was a false document.
Right, so they knew they couldn't defraud anybody.
I have an objection. He's making his conclusion as to what people knew. He said, knowing that it wasn't going to be, that's an ultimate conclusion. There's no evidence of that.
I would agree with that.
Well, he said knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted, and I was actually going to ask him knowing that what wasn't going to be accepted, because that wasn't clear to me when he said it. But you have an objection that it was
assumes facts
are not an evidence. You were standing up at the same time for what purpose?
Well, I was going to ask the witness be allowed to complete his answer, but with regards to the objection, the witness has been asked several questions about what these defendants knew at the time that they executed this document, and I believe that's what he was answering based on the evidence that he compiled and gleaned from his investigation.
Right, but he's saying that they knew, or knowing that it wasn't going to be accepted. And just for clarity, what is the that you were talking about?
It was the document.
Okay, so your statement was knowing that the document wasn't going to be accepted. Your objection is that assumes facts is not an evidence. What
I was going to
evidence?
state that all my questions are pressed on what he believed they thought.
But we don't need to even talk about your questions right now, because
Well,
you're extending this
I
a
would-
little bit further than it needs to. I just want to address this one right
Thank
here. That does assume facts, that's not an evidence.
And for the record, I would join that objection.
I would as well.
So the objection is sustained.
I'm ready to move on.
I wasn't
Oh.
answering.
Yeah, right. You wanted him to
I-
be able to you didn't respond to that objection in general. You were wanting him to finish the statement. He doesn't need to finish it because there's an objection and I'm going to sustain it.
Correct.
Mr. Schock, you just said that the electors, the Republican electors, made no effort to try to go to the, I don't remember exactly what you said, to go to the Capitol, to join together, to meet with the Democrats, and all. They made no effort to do that. But in fact, some of them did, right? Some of them tried.
I was referring to it prior to December 14th.
Okay.
When the,
Well, what's that got to do with it?
because when the Democratic electors are summoned to the Capitol, there's an official notice requesting that they come to the Capitol. There wasn't anything like that for the electors. They were called by various individuals, told to report to the GOP, because that's where they were going to be conducting their vote.
I'd like to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit G, was actually prepared by Attorney Pilata for this Rook, but I'm going to appropriate it if I may. But we'll use the same numbers.
And for the record, Your Honor, by preparing, you don't need to prepare it.
I mean, it was It's the
It was labeled.
proposed, it was labeled, right, right.
That's already in evidence.
Oh, that is the
Exhibit
evidence,
G.
all
Yeah,
right.
it
What,
says exhibit 9.
oh, that's your exhibit 9.
Okay.
Oh, okay, well then, I'll take it back.
It
then.
probably
I'll
is.
just-
I just made it mine because I.
Okay. Then could you show exhibit 9 to the witness,
Yeah.
please? And Mike, can I have that?
Yeah.
Familiar with this document?
Yes,
Okay. This was a document received from the Republican, State Republican Party, right?
yes,
All right. Can you read what the top heading is on this document?
yes. Certificate of the Republican presidential electors elected at the Michigan Republican State Convention, August 29th through 30th, 2020.
Right, and then it lists all 16 of the electors, correct?
Yes,
Is my client's name on this list, Hank Choate?
yes,
And so this is a document that said, my client was told, you are an elected. This is the certificate of Republican presidential electors elected at the convention, right?
yes,
That's what my client was told. He has a document saying that, exhibit 9, right?
yes.
Okay. My client an attorney?
No, sir.
Does he, in your complete investigation here, did you find out whether or not Mr. Choate is an expert in election law?
No,
Okay. He's a layperson, right?
yeah.
Hey, what do you know about Mr. Choate? What does he do?
He's a dairy farmer, but he's also been
Right.
involved in the party politics.
Sure,
Over
and
the
the
years.
local party, that sort of thing,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes,
He's
sir.
from Jackson County, right?
Yes, sir.
He's a farmer for 50 years, right?
I don't know how many years, but a long
Long
time.
time.
Yeah,
Never been in trouble, right?
no,
Yeah,
not that
no
I.
No criminal background.
Yes.
No, he's been a tax-paying, upstanding citizen his whole life, right?
I
As
can't
far as you
speak
know.
to his
Well, you
tax
didn't
pay.
investigate? You didn't check into the backgrounds of my client and the others?
I did, but I didn't,
Okay.
I didn't look at his taxes. So I can't
All right.
comment on his taxes, but as far as his criminal history,
All right.
you're correct.
So you have no evidence to dispute that Mr. Choate has been an upstanding citizen for his entire life, correct?
Correct.
How old is Mr. Choate?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Mid-70s, early 70s, you know?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. So you have this man who's a tax-paying, upstanding, law-abiding citizen, not an election law expert, and he's told in a document, you are elected as the Republican elector, right? That's what
Yeah.
you, that's the information you have
Good.
that my client was
Is there an
told.
objection?
I'm objecting, assuming facts not in evidence. There is nothing on this record that establishes that that document was given to defendant Choate.
Can someone show me what that document is again?
Your Honor, you have it. It's mine. Okay.
You all have all the exhibits. Nobody gave them to you
Yeah.
today.
Oh, okay. Right, I have it. Sorry.
Okay. Your objection is that there's no evidence on this record that that document was provided to Mr. Choate.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to respond to the objection?
Well, I'm asking if this is the information he has in the totality of his investigation. I can amend my question to say that Mr. Choate had this document, but obviously this is what happened. I'll rephrase my question.
Okay, so you need to throw on the question.
I'll rephrase it. This document is the official record from the Republican Convention on August 29th and 30th of 2020, right?
Yeah.
And this documents what actually happened at that convention, right?
Yes,
And it documents that Mr. Choate was elected as a presidential elector for the Republicans, right?
yes,
Okay. And so do you have any evidence that he didn't know he was elected as a elector for the Republicans? I mean, he knew that. Your evidence shows he knew that, right?
yes,
Okay, thank you. So, given that he knew that, and he's a lay person, he doesn't have legal training, and he's at a meeting, explain to me what evidence you have that would show Mr. Choate knew at that meeting he wasn't properly, that he knew the difference between a duly elected elector or an elected elector? Do you have any evidence to show Mr. Choate even knew there was a distinction like that?
So the distinction would be
I mean,
that,
sorry, I would just ask the witness to answer the question. Objection is not responsive. You can start by answering the question, yes or no. Instead of just
Do you
giving,
know?
if you never answer yes or no.
Okay,
I
the
was-
objection is not responsive, to the extent that he's gonna, the question was a yes or no question, so he does have to give a yes or no answer.
Do you have any evidence? I'll
So
make-
objection sustained.
Thank you. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Choate knew the difference between the term duly elected in the statute versus just being elected? Do you have any evidence to show he knew about that distinction? You don't, do you?
I'm trying to think.
Take your time.
So-
Take as long as you need to think.
So
You
a
have no
du- a
evidence of that.
duly elected,
Move to strike that last question.
Stricken. You can answer your question.
Yeah, what
Okay,
evidence
so-
do you have
so
that
I do-
Mr. Choate knew the difference between being duly elected or elected?
the evidence would be duly elected is an official capacity.
Are you trying to get let me stop you. Are you trying to get an understanding? Are you asking a clarifying question? Or are you answering his
I'm
question?
answering his question. Your
Okay,
Honor.
his question was a yes or no question.
Okay.
Do you have any
Yes,
evidence?
yes.
Okay, what evidence do you have that Mr. Choate knew the difference?
So being a duly qualified elector would serve in an official capacity where you would,
No, sir,
Be-
you're telling me what the statute says. We all know here, the attorney, we know what the statute says, okay? I'm asking you, did Mr. Choate know? What evidence do you have that he knew the difference? We've established he's a layperson, he's not a lawyer. He doesn't know the difference. What evidence do you have that he did?
so I'd say that a layperson would know that meeting in the basement at the GOP headquarters, signing a document that wasn't at the Capitol building, and that with no,
Sir, that's unresponsive to my question.
Yeah, and
I
I
have a
believe
very
that
specific question. What evidence
Is
do you
there an
have?
objection?
There is an objection because, well, I'm objecting to, I guess, a pseudo objection that it was non-responsive. I believe the witness's answer was responsive to the question, what evidence is there of Mr. Choate's knowledge?
No, that's not my
That was,
question.
he had moved beyond that
My
question.
question was very specific. What evidence did he have that my client knew the difference between duly elected and elected? Not overall, everything else, that single issue, because you're making a big.
Okay,
deal of it.
we're dealing with the election, the objection.
Okay. sorry,
And
Judge.
his response was that meeting in a basement and
He was basically laying out a bullet point list, and then counsel, I guess, objected that it was not responsive, but I believed it was actually responsive.
well, I guess if he had finished, maybe he would have said that those things was the reason why you believe he knew? Is that the
yes,
evidence?
yes, Your Honor, that's what I'm trying to explain.
I don't know if that's, I think that can answer why he believed he knew, but that doesn't really answer his question, which is what evidence do you have?
Right.
Well,
Ah,
evidence can be
so
circumstantial or
I-
direct.
I agree.
And I think some of the circumstances could lead to reasonable inferences, which I think is what the witness was laying out.
That's what I think he was going towards as
How do
well.
you, if I
So-
can just respond briefly, Judge.
So-
How do you have circumstantial evidence whether Mr. Choate knew what the difference was between duly elected and elected? That's got nothing to do with anything else. This is a very.
Well, we
specific
can always have
question.
circumstantial or direct evidence of anything, right?
You
Okay.
can draw reasonable
Well,
inference from anything.
And
Either
facts
he
can be
knew or he
proven by
didn't.
both circumstantial and direct. We can't decide which one we like when it fits us, okay? So, not really, I think you had a quasi objection. And then you're objecting to the quasi objection. And so I'm gonna sustain your objection and overrule your quasi objection.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. So let me phrase it this way. You have no direct evidence that Mr. Choate knew the difference on December 14th between duly elected and elected, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So based on other circumstances, you assume he knew, right?
Yes,
You guessed that he knew.
the circumstantial evidence to
It's your
support it,
guess.
yes.
It's your guess, right?
I wouldn't consider it a guess, it's based on circumstances.
Okay. Yes, sir. If you're driving along the highway and the speed limit's a certain speed limit. Okay. Do you know what, I mean, do you look at the signs? Do you know what the speed limit is?
Yes, that's what you're
Okay.
supposed to do.
Right. So if you're driving 70 in a 55 zone and you get pulled over, you would have direct knowledge that you were driving 70 in that 55, wouldn't you?
Objection.
What's the
Because I'm
relevance?
trying to get them to. I'm
You're
trying to
this is
balance
supposed to be an
that.
analogy is what you're doing?
Yes,
I'll allow analogy.
thank you.
Yes,
Okay. So you don't have that kind of a road sign to prove Mr. Choate knew what duly elected was, do you? You don't have that at all.
I don't have a road sign, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said something interesting a minute ago. You said, I didn't look into Mr. Choate's taxes. You remember saying that?
Yes,
But you sure did subpoena his records for the money that he was trying to raise to defend himself in this case, didn't you? You subpoenaed those records, didn't you?
I didn't subpoena.
Well, who did? Somebody from your office did. Or did you do a search warrant? What'd you do?
I did a search warrant.
You
sir.
did, oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I used the wrong word. Search warrant. Okay. So why did you execute a search warrant to go after my client's fund me account to try to raise money to defend himself against the state? Why did you do that? What possible relevance does that have to this case?
Statements made on the page, and then all the other information in the request was to support ownership of the page.
What does ownership of the page have to do with this case? It's a GoFundMe page.
Because if statements are made, for example, saying that I'm a duly elected, qualified elector, or, you know, I committed this crime, those statements are of value to the
Okay.
investigation.
So you didn't care about knowing who all the people were who were donating to my client to help him out in this defense here? That wasn't part of what you wanted to know?
No,
So what'd you do with that information?
Your Honor, I've asked that you clarify what he means by what that
What
information.
information?
The donor information.
Thank you.
What did you do with the donor information?
well, Give Send Go uses a third, what I learned was Give Send Go uses a third party to manage that information. And once I learned that, I had no reason to go beyond that. And so I obtained the necessary information that I had and subscriber information, and that was it. So I would have had to submit another search warrant for that information, and I can't recall the name of the company that they used to manage that.
So you did not get donor information from the account, is that what you're saying?
No, no, and well, it may have, I can't remember what the printout is, but in terms of the account in money exchanges and stuff like that, the financial record, that's managed by a third party vendor.
My question, sir, was did you get the donor information from that account
I don't know,
pursuant to your search warrant?
I don't know what you mean by donor information.
Names, addresses, contact information, how much they gave.
No,
Okay, you didn't get any of that information.
no.
Okay. Well,
Is there an objection?
It's not an objection, but a point of clarification as to when this search warrant was done. I don't know if that was asked.
I didn't ask.
Okay. that-
You know when the search
I'll have
warrant
a
was done,
chance.
sir?
He's asking now.
It was, I believe it was sometime in August of 2023.
Okay. And can you explain to me why in the discovery information we received, I got a list of the amounts of money that were donated and the names and the records and all that. Where did it come from? Some other source, or did it come from your search warrant?
I don't know that.
You got that information, Agent Shock. What'd you do with it?
The information that I received from Give Send Go did not contain all the records. Like I said,
Well, then
When
how
you're
did I
talk-
get it?
when you're talking about donor information, as I mentioned earlier, there may have been names that were listed on the screenshots of the account, but it didn't, that with the dollar amounts, but it was very limited with that. So as you went on the account, you could see, who's donating for some people.
Right,
Okay.
and amounts. I mean.
And amounts. So
Okay,
trying to,
so you did get the information.
So
What'd you do with it?
I'm trying to make the distinction that the financial records were held by a third party. I did not get that information. Anybody could go on this website and screen capture it for the purposes of looking at what was said on the website.
Okay.
So let me just get some clarification here.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that the information he is referencing, which is the names and amounts, that's just something that was like provided on like a page, like a listserv or something, a feed, I should say list feed.
Yeah, so it's, I believe it was on the side, like when you log in to the person's account, you can see their well, any photo that was listed, a statement that was made, and then along that side, you could see it was open source information, who may be donating somewhere anonymous and stuff like that. So in order to initially preserve that, I wanted to screenshot it. And then, of course, when I submitted the search warrant, I did not receive anything. I can't remember the name of the company that they used, but I did not receive any information from them. And I did not go forward with a search warrant for that information.
You didn't receive any information from Gifts and, is it Gifts and Go?
No, the other company they used for the
third
financial
party
records.
that kept the names and banking information of all of the donors. Is that that you didn't receive that information?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, but the Gifts and Go information, and I'm not very familiar with Gifts and Go. Is it similar to GoFundMe?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and so if for example, I donate to a GoFundMe, unless I click anonymous, my name might pop up and how much I donated.
Yes.
And so that's the information you have, or you received.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, you can screenshot it on what's
I get that
there,
part.
again, trying to preserve the statements, but yes, that's available.
Did you get that information through screenshotting or through a subpoena? I mean, yeah, did you subpoena that information?
No, we did a search.
Or
warrant
you got a search warrant?
for the.
You got that through the return or you screenshotted it?
No, I believe I screenshotted it.
You're aware that Mr. Choate did not set up or establish that Give-Send-Go account, correct?
I learned that.
Yeah. So how is anything in that then relevant to this case? Once you learned Mr. Choate had nothing to do with it, did not create the account, didn't set it up, other people were in control of it, how did that have any relevance to this case at that point? Okay. Did you or your office do the investigation of the donors to that Give-Send-Go account?
I did not. It's not a responsibility.
And I was gonna say, you did not. I said, did you or your office?
I don't know what, I mean, the office has hundreds of employees. I don't know.
Sir, you have the totality of this case here, your full investigation. You don't know whether somebody else in your office investigated donors who helped out Mr. Choate?
I'm gonna object. For one, this witness has said multiple times he never received the donor information. He's answered also that he did not conduct an investigation on any donors related to Give-Send-Go and these defendants.
I think he said he doesn't know if anyone else in his office did, so that's been answered.
Okay. He did have the names of donors. He's already said that he did. And amounts. So you're not aware of any investigation from your office either, of anybody else in your office of the donors to Mr. Choate, to the Give-Send-Go account that was for the benefit of Mr. Choate. Is that right?
That's right, sir.
Okay. All right, well, back to counts 1, 2, and 3. I mean, we've already established there's only one document that you're trying to morph into 2 counts here of forgery, counts 2 and 3. And you're testimony was pretty clear. My client did not make, alter, forge, or counterfeit that public record. So you've already said that. So he could not have committed the crime of forgery under either counts 2 or 3. So then can you explain to me how he would be guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit such forgery, if he did not commit the underlying crime of forgery?
Like I said, he signed the document, adopting the document, meeting with the other Republican electors at that time to vote, cast their votes.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence then regarding forgery by my client, that he participated. If he didn't participate in the actual forgery, how could he participate in a conspiracy to commit forgery? That's what I'm asking you, sir.
I'll answer it again. He signed the document. It's a false document.
All right.
Adopting the document.
Okay.
Not- okay.
Let me ask a couple other questions on the document. That was the public record. We're talking exhibit 11.
Okay.
And specifically pages 2 and 3. The certificate of vote and the signature page. What evidence do you have that that's a public record in the state of Michigan?
It was held in at the Secretary of State's office.
How did the Secretary of State get it? This was something that the Republican electors did on December 14th. They, according to you, you don't know what's in the envelope, but you think they tried to deliver it to the Capitol, but it was refused.
I believe it
So-
was sent by the National Archives and sent it to.
Oh,
Secretary of
okay.
State's office.
Who filed it with the state of Michigan? Did anybody file this record in exhibit 11, pages 2 and 3? Did anybody file it anywhere in the state of Michigan with state government, local government, township government, anybody, any government office in the state of Michigan? Did it get filed anywhere?
I don't know what the Secretary of State did with it.
Yeah, you don't know, do you? Because you don't have any evidence to show that this document, the certificate of vote and the signature page, got filed with any public governmental body in Michigan, right? You have no evidence to prove that, do you?
I received it from,
My question, sir, is do you have evidence it was filed?
I don't, I already answered that. I don't know, sir.
Well, you don't have, how can you not know? Do you have evidence or not? You either do or you don't.
Well, like this, I would say the response was unclear. You don't know if you have evidence or you don't know if it was filed?
I don't have evidence that it was filed with them,
Thank you.
other than they provided it to me.
They,
The Secretary of State officials, it was either,
Okay.
I believe it was Adam Prakazi.
and the copy that you got, was it stamped by the Secretary of State as having been filed as a formal document with the state of Michigan? Do you have anything like that? Any evidence to show that?
No,
Okay, so how, going back to these counts of forgery, it has to be of a public record. What public record was forged?
this was presented as a public record.
No. This is, you have to have made, altered, forged, counterfeit, a public record falsely. It's not public, sir. How can it be a public record if it's not filed with any government agency and it's not public?
It was,
Counsel?
I believe the witness was getting ready to answer the question and then counsel asked another question. I'd ask the witness to be allowed to deliver his answer
The
first.
first question.
I'll withdraw the
agreed.
first question. I'll stick to my second question.
Okay, well, what's your second question?
Is how can it be a public record if it's not filed or in the records of any public governmental agency in the state of Michigan?
it was, to answer your question, it was not filed.
You gotta let him answer.
right.
It was not. It's not filed. Well, I can't answer that question because I don't know the procedures that the Secretary of State uses to file public documents and make them publicly available. I don't know.
Really? Okay. The only reason this is public is because you guys made it public, right? In your investigation, and you put it out there. That made it public, but that doesn't make it a public record, does it?
No.
Thank you. So if there's no public record, my client had nothing to do with forging, altering, making, counterfeiting this document in any way whatsoever, how is it possible for him to have committed or been part of a conspiracy to commit forgery that he had nothing to, that doesn't exist, that the underlying crime doesn't apply to him? How is that possible?
So your client met on December 14th, 2020 at the Michigan GOP headquarters, signed the document, walked over to the Capitol, attempting to serve the document with others. The document was then sent off to the National Archives as well. They already had a legitimate slate of electors in place. And that ceremony was taking place at the time.
And what does that, any of that have to do with forgery?
This is not a legitimate document.
Where is that in the law, sir? Where does it say it's not a legitimate document?
Well, it's not,
Alternate, I don't see that in the law here.
it's not recognized by this state of Michigan, so therefore it wouldn't be a legitimate document. The other gentleman from the Senate also said this is not a legitimate document.
I think I get your answer. And once again, just so we're clear on the record, you have no idea what was actually in that envelope that was being held by Attorney Northam, do you? You have your guess, you have your
It's a
suspicions.
circumstantial stuff.
Sure,
Yes.
but you don't know
Yes.
what was in that folder, or
Yes.
in that manila envelope, do you?
Yes.
You do know? or you
No,
don't?
no, I mean,
I'm sorry, I asked that poorly.
yeah,
Is that correct that you? do
that's
not know?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said one other thing, and this is the last point on the first three counts here. When I asked you, how is it false, what Mr. Choate did, and we talked about everything that's on page 2 of the certificate of vote.
Yes.
And again, you have no evidence that Mr. Choate ever saw that. I understand, but you said one other thing. You said it was mailed to the federal government, right? To the archivist and the Senate President's office, right?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence do you have that my client, Mr. Choate, mailed that document to either the archivist or the Senate President's office? What evidence do you have?
I don't.
Okay. So you literally have no evidence that Mr. Choate did anything falsely. Because all four of those things, you just admitted you can't prove, or you have no evidence that he knew about. Right?
I think I've answered the questions, but
All right.
like
I
I
think you
said,
have. You're probably right. I'll move on. One last thing. Do you have any evidence that Hank Choate filed the certificate of vote in the signature page? Again, so the record clear, pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 11. Do you have any evidence that Hank Choate filed that anywhere?
No.
Do you have any evidence that he published it anywhere? That he put it out for anybody else to see?
no,
Okay. And did that document, the Republican document I'm talking about now, the
Okay.
certificate of vote, the 2-pager, did that document forge Governor Whitmer's signature on it?
could you repeat that question again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Did somebody forge Governor Whitmer's signature on their certificate of vote for the electors?
On Exhibit 11?
Yeah, on
No.
pages 2 and 3.
No,
Okay. And did that document, again, pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 11, falsely claim to be an official state document with the seal of the state of Michigan?
no,
Did that document falsely claim to be a certificate of ascertainment?
no,
Did that document claim to be the official legally required elector certification from the governor, from Governor Whitmer? Did it claim that in there?
no.
No. So how is it a forgery, sir? I mean, you see the Democrat, that's what they did, their agreement, their list of the votes, everything else. And you've admitted it looks totally different from what the Republicans did on the 14th of December. How did they forge anything? If it doesn't even look like the same thing, there's no seal, there's no governor's signature, there's no certificate of ascertainment. How is it a forgery?
The intended purpose was to serve as a certificate of votes for the Republican electors.
So because of the purpose behind it, so that's what makes it a forgery, even though the document is clear, two clearly separate documents. It's just their intent that you infer.
Are you asking the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think it would be forgery. Let's say you're investigating a case. Okay. I won't say, let's say a police officer is investigating a case. I'm doing this as a hypothetical.
Okay.
Okay. And they're investigating it. And they insert information in the police report that's false. That's not true. Okay, you with me?
Yes.
All right. Well, they're purporting in the police report that the criminal, the alleged perpetrator did something, and they put it in their report. Is that forgery?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask this witness to cause for a legal conclusion and also
Well,
relevance.
It's the same thing that he's charging my client with forgery. I'm asking him if he would consider it if a police officer did it to be forgery.
I'm allowing the question because he was previously asked about what he would consider to be a forgery, and I think he's trying to understand, well, it goes to credibility, but he's trying to understand his mindset or his thought process and how he got to the determination of allegation of forgery in this instance by using an analogy.
But I don't think the circumstances are analogous when we're talking
Well,
about.
I don't think they are either.
Well,
And
So it's not a great analogy for
Well,
me,
I'll-
but
for
if
the
it
record-
helps him.
okay, no, for the record, then I'll put this in the record where I'm getting my analogy from. People v. Thomas, 182 Mishap, 255 in 1989 Court of Appeals decision. A police officer was charged with forgery under this statute for including false information in a police report. Forgery. That's why I'm asking this hypothetical, and he was found not to be guilty of forgery. Just so the record, that's my basis. There is a real good solid basis for this question.
No,
That's why I'm asking him, does he think that would be forgery?
I'm aware of the case. I'm still saying the analogy isn't relevant or analogous to these circumstances. We're not talking about a false statement in a police report. We're talking about a fraudulent, a counterfeit public record.
Well, that's what they're claiming my client did. It's a false statement in a public record that we've now established as a public, but it's a false statement that my
His
client didn't even
testimony
know
wasn't
about.
public.
Well, his statement was that Exhibit 11 wasn't publicly filed.
But he specifically asked him,
I'm asking about the analogy.
following up on that. So was it a public record, to which he conceded it was not a public record then?
Right,
Yeah, Exhibit 11.
Well,
right.
that's what he's talking about now.
I know, and I'm saying, but the police report is there.
I agree. I don't think the analogy is great for me. I think that maybe it's helping him in some regard, trying to understand Agent Shock's determination in this matter. I'm allowing the analogy to the extent that he can answer. It doesn't help me, though.
Would you, let me ask this, if a police officer put false information in a police report, would you agree with the Court of Appeals that that would not be forgery? Simply by putting false information in a public police report, in a public report? By a police
I
officer?
would say that's lying.
Of course.
I don't
Of course.
I don't authorize or write the charges. I'm not a prosecutor. So
Right.
again, I'm trying to draw a legal conclusion on that. I would say certainly it's lying.
Right, it's not, you would agree with Court of Appeals, it's not forgery, is it? Just
If that's
because
what-
there's false information.
If that's what the Court of Appeals says, then that's what it is.
But you're saying there's false information in the certificate of vote. And you have information, my client never saw that page. And yet that's evidence he forged. You see my,
Is that a question?
yeah, I mean, how do you square those points?
Your Honor, I have to object because there is no evidence on this record that Mr. Choate never saw the second page
I asked
of Exhibit 11.
Well, he said he didn't have
There's
any
no
evidence
Right, So he's got no evidence.
He
my
had no
client
evidence
saw.
that Mr. Schultz saw.
Right,
That doesn't mean that there's no evidence that exists. What he's saying is he doesn't have any evidence. Is that your
Right.
objection?
Yes,
So then it's sustained.
thank you.
You might need to rephrase your question.
I'll move on, thanks. Do you agree that given what we've just gone through on this, that this certificate of vote was prepared as an alternate slate of electors from the Republican Party? Do you agree with that?
No, no.
Okay, but you have evidence of that, don't you?
Statements, I have statements, yes, that to say that there was an alternate slate.
And in fact, yesterday, Mr. Gilbert started his cross-examination of you. You said right at the beginning, he asked you, do you have any exculpatory evidence regarding Mr. Thompson? Remember that? When he asked you that
I
question?
do, yes.
Okay. Attorney General objected, it was overruled, and then you answered about exculpatory evidence regarding Mr. Thompson. You said, quote, everything I found supported guilt. Do you remember saying that?
I don't.
That's what you said yesterday, sir. I wrote it down because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So for the purpose of my question, accept that that's what you said yesterday.
Okay.
Everything I found supported guilt. That's not true, is it?
I found, everything that I found supports the affidavit.
That's not what I asked you, sir. You said everything I
it's-
found supported guilt, and that's not true, is it?
No, because the jury determines that.
No, you determined that. You made these
Then I-
decisions in your affidavit, and you were saying my client's guilty of all these crimes, and he did it, and here's the evidence. And when you were asked for exculpatory evidence, you said, everything I found supports guilt. And I'm asking you, that's not true, is it? Because
No.
you have evidence that does not support guilt.
I misspoke. It's up to a jury to determine that. Everything that I have in my investigation supports the affidavit in the investigation.
Really? Do you have a copy of your affidavit in front of you?
I do not.
Mr. Renner is here. I'm not sure if this is a good thing.
Well, I'll just ask. Yeah, that's probably good. Paragraph 35 of your affidavit from
Okay.
January, or excuse me, July. I think you said 18th of 23. You said Trump campaign aide Sean Flynn spoke to the Republican candidates for electors at the Republican headquarters in Lansing. So again, this was the December 14th meeting.
Yes,
About, quote, an alternate slate of electors. Do you recall putting that in your affidavit?
yes.
Okay, so isn't that evidence that goes against your determination that my client's guilty?
Well, there's been, many people have said that there's an alternate slate, and there's been many people that said that, no, we are electors and this is the legitimate slate. So
Okay.
yes, again, and I know the totality of all the information provided.
But again, the totality isn't, because here's right in your affidavit. You acknowledge Sean Flynn, the attorney for Mr. Trump, told Mr. Choate, my client, and the other electors that they were an alternate slate of electors, and you put it right in your affidavits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the exhibits that were introduced yesterday by Attorney Bellata, exhibits D and E, defense exhibits, from D was Ms. Sean Maddock and E was Ms. Facinello, I think. We're full of statements saying the same sorts of things, that this is alternate, that this is only in case things get overturned, right? There's all kinds of evidence in those two exhibits that refute your claim of guilt, right?
I wouldn't say it's my claim of guilt. There's all sorts of
It's
statements.
a yes or
that
no, sir. It refutes your claim of guilt. I know you can say, I have all this other evidence, but this evidence refutes what you're saying, yes or no?
Refutes the evidence that I have?
No, refutes your claim that there's no other evidence.
No,
There is evidence.
there is evidence
Okay,
that
thank you.
show that people have made statements about being an alternate site.
Okay. And doesn't that go to intent, sir?
Yes.
So when my client's at this meeting on December 14th, and an attorney stands up in front of him, he's not an attorney, he's a leg farmer from Jackson. Okay, and he's sitting here, an attorney stands up and says, hey, we're just doing this as alternate slates, you know, just in case kind of thing. You don't think that goes to my client's intent, whether he intended to commit any crime at all?
But I also have information, yes, and I also have information that other people.
Objection, now he's running on, he's not
Yeah, I
answering the
mean,
question.
so the answer is yes, that would be evidence that my
Objection
client had no intent to defraud anybody, right?
You repeat the question?
Yeah. When my client was at that meeting on December 14th of 2020, and Sean Flynn, the attorney for President Trump, stood up and said, you guys are an alternate slate of electors. And that's the information being given to my client. That is evidence that he had no intent to defraud or commit fraud or forgery or do anything criminal. Isn't that true? Yes or no?
No.
Is no?
I
So you don't think that goes to his intent at all?
Ask an answer.
No, because it's one person's statement.
Okay. So you ignored it then? You don't believe it happened? You don't believe
No,
Attorney Flynn stood up and said that?
I didn't ignore it, and I believe that it was said.
Who was fooled or deceived by the certificate of vote of the Republicans, that pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 11? Who was fooled by that? Anybody? Were you fooled?
Could you clarify, what do you mean by full?
Well, were you tricked? I mean, when you saw that document, did you think, oh man, these guys are the real electors? Oh, the Democrats aren't the electors. These guys are the real electors. Were you fooled or tricked or deceived in any way?
I wasn't fooled by that.
Okay. You weren't tricked or deceived in any way, were you?
Tricked, my interpretation of
You didn't
trick
fall
meaning
for it.
somebody tried to trick me by giving.
No, I'm saying, were you tricked? Did you fall for it?
Nobody presented it to me to trick me.
Okay. Can you name one person, one individual who was injured or defrauded by any action my client took? Any person. I'm not talking about the state of Michigan. I'm talking about any person, anybody.
Say the people of the state of Michigan. I can't
just
list
said, I'm
that
not talking in
specific.
general. I said a person, an individual. Are you aware of any individual person who was defrauded or injured in any way by any action Mr. Choate took?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Who?
I'm going to object. One, that's not required by the statute. And it's not a legal requirement that one individual be named and as an injured party. As the witness has testified, the complainant in this matter is the people of the state of Michigan, and that is sufficiently.
I'm trying to pin it down, Judge.
It's not a
That it's
requirement.
only the state of Michigan and not anybody else. That he's not making some claim that Tom Smith up in Cadillac, Michigan got defrauded because of anything that my client did. That's what I'm trying to nail down.
And the witness said, he repeated again that the complainants were the people of the state of Michigan, and that is legally sufficient.
But I agree that the answer has been given.
Okay.
So the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Mr. Schott, is there any other victim besides the state of Michigan in your mind through any of these actions or the charges that have been brought here? Are there any other victims other than the people in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Who?
There was a lawsuit that was filed in Kent County that claimed to be victims of these actions.
Oh, yeah, let's get into that. What involvement did you have in that lawsuit?
I didn't have any involvement, sir.
Oh, you didn't talk to the attorneys in that case? You didn't?
I reviewed the material.
Oh, you reviewed the material for them. Okay. And what else did you do to help them out?
and help anybody out. Like I said, I didn't talk to them.
Well, what'd you review stuff for if you're not helping them out?
I wanted to look at what the case was, and as you mentioned, were there any other victims? So that was part of the investigation to determine that, and that's what I found.
Okay, who are the plaintiffs in that case, civil suit?
I don't recall.
Weren't they Democrat electors?
Oh, yes, they were Democratic electors. I thought you were
Okay.
asking me for names.
Well, if you don't know the names,
I
you
don't.
know they were Democrat electors, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so explain to the court how those 3 Democrat electors who filed a civil suit have been harmed in any way. Were they stopped from voting? Were they kicked out as Democrat electors? How were they harmed?
They lay that out in the complaint. I don't, I'd have to
Oh, okay.
refer to the complaint.
So you don't really know. Okay. All right.
Yes,
I understand that Mr. Renner is here.
I understand
Oh,
that
I
as
don't know
well.
if this
I'm
is
happy
a
to
good-
stop. That's
if
fine.
it's- Or if you want to, I don't know how you want to do this, because I know you still want to do it for lunch.
Well, I'll stop here. That's
Well,
fine.
no, we're gonna start Mr. Renner,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, that's.
but we're
that's
going to have a 2-minute recess because I need to arraign someone, and then yeah, I'll give everybody time to stretch, get a drink of water, use the restroom or whatever, and then we will start with Mr. Renner.
That's good.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were here.
No
so
problem.
I'm glad I wanna
Mr.
get it.
Carter, you can come up.
I didn't know.
On the
Okay.
record,
I say,
on the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan
Sorry, Linda.
versus Jalen Carter, file number 24-01031 FY. Mr.
No, there.
I'm on the record.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Carter, I need you to just come over this way so that you can be closer to the mic, behind the chair, please. Okay, this matter was scheduled this morning, 8 AM for a PA 53 violation hearing, meaning a violation of your bond conditions. And you did not appear, but my understanding is that you called who?
Oh,
On the record, Your Honor, it's on the record.
Called her this morning, so they know that I was like.
You had a job interview where? At Wendy's? How did it go?
All right.
All right, okay. Here's the concern. You were ordered to be reporting to pretrial services, is that correct? Okay, we have a report from pretrial services that you have not been in compliance with reporting.
I called her one time, but that was it.
Yeah, the understanding is that back on April 12th, you allegedly contacted them, that you hung up and they were not able to get back in contact with you, that they later tried to recall you on the 19th. An unknown female told them that you did not have a phone.
I didn't. I got a new phone now.
Okay, but it's your responsibility to be reporting to pretrial services. Why did you hang up?
My phone, a little messed up right now.
Okay, well, you need to go report to pretrial services immediately. But you have an exam scheduled in June.
21st?
June 21st, that's correct. So you need to go check in with pretrial services, make sure they have your new number. What is your new number?
517-715-7435.
7435?
It's a text now number.
Okay, it was the same number off one digit last time. Okay. Okay, so they should be able to contact you on that number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're gonna leave here, you're gonna go over to circuit court and check in with pretrial services so you can get properly enrolled, okay? Otherwise, this bond violation will continue, you have to have a hearing, okay? You don't want your bond revoked or sit in jail over something as simple as this, when all you gotta do is check in by phone for them, okay? And make sure that they have an accurate number to contact you. And if your phone is janky, then you need to get a reliable person that can get that message to you so that you can be back in contact with them, so that you don't end up having your bond revoked and you're sitting in jail pending this case. That's not gonna help you work at Wendy's. You understand that? Okay, do you have any questions? Okay, you go report today, okay? You're all set.
Yeah, might as well. We don't have to discuss this yet. We're on.
Put my audio on for a minute.
They struggle.
That's an old. Somebody said yesterday the building was broken.
It was broken. Or is broken, I should say. We'd be lucky if we make it through another winter. Let's see here. Okay, back on the record. Okay, we have a new witness here. The people have called.
James Renner.
James Renner, Mr. Renner, if you could raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Counsel, you can proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Renner, you start by telling us how old are you, sir?
I'm 77.
And could you tell us briefly about your work history?
Well, I worked on a farm when I was a kid, okay, and then went to Michigan State. Worked my way through college, being a pipe fitter. Okay.
I'm gonna ask you to try and keep your voice up.
Okay, and I worked myself through Michigan State, and during that time, I began working with the Michigan State Police. I worked with them for 7 years, and as soon as I graduated, began my master's program, and then I left and I went with General Foods in manufacturing, production, management. And I took out a couple of jobs, and then I ended up with a global employer in Grand Rapids, where I worked for 31 years, and ended up as a senior director for global HR.
Now, is it fair to say that at a certain point you were an active volunteer for activities within the Republican Party?
That's correct.
And when did you start volunteering for Republican Party events?
I retired about 11, 12 years ago, and when I retired, I began becoming far more active. So I'd say about 11 years.
And what kind of things did you do for the events?
Okay. I attended the monthly meetings of the Clinton County Republican Party. I assisted the chairman at that time, Janelle, and then posters, putting up signs, when there's public events, I helped with traffic, attended meetings, a couple meetings that she requested I attend because she could not, and basically precinct level work, because that's the level that I felt comfortable with, and I was a precinct delegate for 2 terms.
And when you say Janelle, are you referring to Janelle Leonard?
That's correct.
Have you ever been held any elected offices within the state of Michigan?
Other than precinct delegate, no.
And have you ever been formally nominated as a candidate for presidential?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about December 2020. Do you remember on the 14th of December in the year 2020, attending a meeting at the Michigan GOP headquarters?
That's correct, I did.
Do you recall first when you were notified about attending that meeting?
I was notified either the prior.
Excuse me, Your Honor, before we get too much farther, there's another person in the courtroom that hasn't been here before, and I'd just like there to be a record of who that person is, besides the witness and attorneys and defendants, and Mr. Shaw.
Are you talking about this individual here?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your name?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Clint Westbrook, Mr. Renner's personal attorney.
Okay, counsel for the witness. Thank you for the
Thank you.
record. You can proceed.
I don't know if I asked you when or how, so we'll just start with this. When were you notified about attending the meeting that took place on December 14th, 2020?
It was either the 12th or the 13th of December, which would have been, the 14th was Monday, 13th was Sunday, and the 12th was Saturday. It was either Saturday or Sunday.
And who notified?
Janelle Leonard.
What information were you given about the purpose of the meeting?
Objection, hearsay.
Objections, you say, did you want to respond or are you gonna withdraw your question?
I'm gonna withdraw the question and I'll circle back to it.
That was Gilbert.
Gilbert for
Okay. Now. The conversation that you had with Ms. Leonard about attending the meeting. Was that the reason why you went to, I guess it's the Sekia Center in Lansing?
Right.
Okay, so it was based on the information that Ms. Leonard provided you during that call, that is why you attended the meeting?
She did not call me. It was an invitation via email,
Oh.
which was the normal process that she requested it either at the meeting or by email, because I don't respond well by phone. I was a slave to phones for 40 years. I don't like phone. So I responded. It was a request by Janelle to fill in as an elected.
objection.
Well,
Again,
I've got a-
hearsay.
I've got a follow-up question before I get into that.
Okay, there was objection, you said to hearsay?
Yes, Gilbert Thompson.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to lay a foundation.
Okay, thank you.
Absent that email from Ms. Leonard, you would not, you wouldn't have been at the meeting on the 14th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what information were you given by Ms. Leonard that led you to attend that meeting on December 14th, and that's going towards effect on the listener, not for the truth of the matter?
Objections overruled.
One of the electors was not coming, and it was the presumption that the individual was ill because of COVID.
Now, when you were asked to attend because an elector was unavailable, at the time that you received that email, did you know how the presidential electoral process worked?
No,
Did you know how electors were selected or candidates for elector were selected?
no,
Did you know what, if any, events triggered any duties by the electors?
no,
And did Ms. Leonard provide any of that information in her email asking you to attend the December 14th meeting?
no,
Did you have any time to do any research on your own before the December 14th meeting?
no.
Did you actually attend the December 14th meeting?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the meeting?
I arrived at 11:45.
And where was that meeting held?
It was at the Sekia Center, which I'll use that term interchangeably with, I think we call it the GOP headquarters. Okay. It was named after a family that I know. So it was at the Sekia Center at 11:40. It was on Seymour Street.
And you said you arrived at about 11:45?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you do after you arrive at the Sekia Center?
Then I went to the front door and told them who I was, and they allowed me to come out.
And were you told beforehand that you'd have to give your name, or did they ask for your name at the door?
I think they asked for my name at the door.
Do you remember who you provided your name to?
No, I do not.
And do you recall if when you provided your name, well, first of all, the person that provided your name, do you recall if it was a male or a female?
The male, probably mid to late 50s, white.
Do you recall if once you provided that male your name, if he may have consulted a list?
I don't recall that. I just remember being allowed in.
Okay. And when you come in, what do you do next?
I stand and wait. There's about 3 or 4 other people in that general area. Yeah, 3 or 4 in that general area. I presume they were elected.
Did you know any of the people that you were waiting around with?
No.
Do you know about how long you were waiting in that area?
Maybe 5 to 7 minutes.
And where do you go next within the center?
We go down the stairs to the basement to the large room that we went into.
And how did you know to go down to the basement?
We were led by an individual. I presume they were one of the workers. And they asked us to follow them, and we went to the
Now, when you go down to the basement, is it just you and the other people that were standing upstairs, or are there people already in the basement?
If I remember correctly, there are people already in the basement.
And when you get down there, do you recognize any of the people that are in the basement?
I don't recognize the person, no.
Are you able to describe the layout of the room in the basement?
Yeah, the basement was about half a size larger than this one. Okay. And you come down and you enter, and it was a large room. We went to our right, which is the north. Okay. Chairs were around there and tables behind there. And that's where we were seated. Okay. Folks on the table. There are individuals already in the room, some in the back far corner, maybe more than that. Tables divided to one on either side of the door.
And are you able to tell us about how many people were in the basement?
Well, there are 16 elected, okay, and then there were maybe up to 30, because there are a number of other individuals standing in the back, maybe the back, if you want to take the back right. Individuals, again, I've never seen, but they were not seated. I think most of them.
And about how long after you are directed down to the basement does the meeting begin, if you remember? Do you recall how the meeting started or who started the meeting?
If I remember correctly, one of the Kathy Burton or Myra Rodriguez introduced the meeting, okay, and began the meeting that way.
Began the meeting by introducing themselves or just saying?
Introducing themselves, and then that then led to each one of the electors kind of introducing themselves by their first name.
Now, are you familiar with Robert's rules?
Yes.
Was this a meeting that operated in accordance with Robert's rules?
Not that I recall.
Okay, can you kind of describe how this meeting operated for us?
As I remember, it was more, it was more informal, in that the information was disseminated, if I remember correctly, by Kathy. But there was another individual that spoke to, but I can't remember who that individual was, not elected. And it was basically an informal saying, this is what we're going to do. This is what the purpose of it is. And then throughout the meeting, after one sequence was done, then the next sequence would be introduced.
Okay. So I want to start with, as you refer to it, the first sequence.
Yes.
Now, you said that informally, there were speakers who would basically advise, this is why we're here, this is what we're going to do. Are you able to tell us who the first speaker was and what that speaker advised?
I cannot. I am, because of the time, I was more, I cannot, no. I was more looking at the process and what was going on than actually people.
All right, well, let's try it this way. The first segment.
Yeah.
You said there was a first segment and then a second segment.
Sure.
How did the first segment end?
Well, the first segment was the introduction to I'm Jim, Sally, whatever. And then there was a vote because there were two electors that needed to be validated and voted on. because they're replacement electors, myself included, and another individual. So sequentially, I think I went first. There was a voice vote by the electors on validating that I was elected as a replacement. And then the other one, the same process was used for the second person.
And at the time that these voice votes occurred, you had no reason to doubt that this was the process, correct?
That's correct. And can I add a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Because at the precinct level, it's done like this all the time. Okay, more informal voice votes, things of that sort. And that's what I was accustomed to, is the precinct level. County meetings, precinct, so that's not, that's I felt comfortable with it. Fine.
Now, after the voice vote where you are voted in as an elector, is it then explained to you how your duties are triggered?
No, I don't recall any of that occurring. Is hard on that? No, I do not remember that.
And was the voice vote where you were replacing an elector, was that the end of segment 1?
That was the end of segment 1. That was important. So that segues into the second activity.
Now, do you recall any documents being signed after the voice vote to formally, I guess, identify you as an elector or a candidate for elector?
Part of that was the second. There was a form that was shown to that verified that I was a replacement for an elector by the name of Gerald Wall. That was a form, and it was already pre-printed because it was already ready. And that I took in passing because I requested copies of material and obviously I never received copies of it.
So was that signed during the first segment or the second segment? Okay.
Actually, it been done prior to that because it was almost instantaneous. After the voice vote was successful, I saw that.
One second, Your Honor.
No problem.
Permission to approach? Sir, I'm going to show you the 5th page of People's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that, sir?
Certificate of filling vacancies of the 2020 electoral position.
Okay, and was that the document that was signed following the voice vote that had you replacing Mr. Wall?
I didn't see anything being signed, but this was shown to me. That's correct. This is a document.
Was it shown to you with signatures already on it or unsigned?
Signatures already on it.
Oh, okay. Now, how did segment 2 begin?
Segment 2 began, to the best of my recollection, is that explaining what the purpose of this was. The purpose was to develop a slate of.
Oh, I didn't get there yet.
Oh, I'm
So
I'm gonna object that she's not letting the witness finish it.
well, I asked how did it begin? And he
And
said,
she interrupted him.
Yeah, because it was not responding to our question. So the objection's overruled.
Okay.
thank you. So if I heard you correctly, segment 2 begins with an explanation of basically the purpose of the meeting.
Purpose of the meeting.
Who is giving that explanation?
Again, I have to let you know that memories are hazy, like 41 months or something of that sort. And it was, to the best of my recollection, it was Ms. Rodriguez.
Can you speak up a little louder, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you need the witness to repeat that answer?
Yes, please.
Could you repeat your answer?
It was either Ms. Rodriguez or Ms. Berry.
Okay. And when either Ms. Burden or Ms. Rodriguez explained the purpose of the meeting, what was their explanation?
The explanation was twofold. The first was to develop a slate of candidates, alternate candidates that would be presented to the state senate by 2 o'clock that day. also be used in the after a successful recount. Found that President Trump had won the general election, that it would be used at that time, and the electors would not have to reconvene a second time.
Now, at the time that this purpose is being explained at the meeting, did you have your own independent understanding of how a recount is requested in the state of Michigan?
No, I did not.
Did you know whether or not a recount had been requested?
No, I did not.
Now, with regards to the explanation that an alternate slate was going to be created, was a document presented that was to identify the members of that alternate slate?
Yes, correct.
And did you see that document on December 14th,
Yes, I did.
2020?
Yes.
Okay, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, you don't need to have permission.
I'm sorry, it's just habit. I'm gonna hand you again People's Exhibit 11. I'm going to draw your attention to the second and third pages.
Yes, I saw this, that's correct.
Okay.
And that's the signature page. Yes, I saw that.
And were those two pages presented on December 14th, 2020 as part of the second segment?
To my recollection, they were, yeah.
And on that third page, is your signature on there?
Yes.
And are you able to describe like how the members signed the document? Was it one at a time? Was the document passed around? Where was the document located?
Okay. Again, to the best of my recollection, the document was in a base. It was, I think it was on a table that was inside or just outside the room. The individuals were called up singularly, to my situation, singularly, to review and to sign the document.
Did anyone appear hesitant to sign the document? Excuse me.
Not to my knowledge.
And did anybody advise that electors are supposed to vote in the Senate chamber?
No.
And that third page, does that bear 16 signatures? Was anybody forced to sign that document?
I didn't really witness other people. I was primarily interested in what I was doing, but to my knowledge, no.
And after the document was signed, what's the next thing that happens during the meeting?
Okay, then after that, I think what I remember, is began to talk about the process that was used to have the electors actually be located somewhere in the area next to the state, next to the Capitol Annex, because they wanted as many of the electors to be available when the document was presented to the
And just so I have a clear understanding, the next step in this meeting was the document that was signed.
That's right.
Was to be presented that same day to the state Senate. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And did you go to the state Senate in an effort to have that document presented?
We went to the Capitol Annex, okay, which is runs west of the Capitol. We never were allowed in, so we never went to the state Senate. No.
Were there, do you recall how many Republican candidates for elector went to the Capitol Annex?
I could not tell you how many. I know there were some. The reason is that we were walking towards the state annex. I was in the very front, And there are two reasons. First of all, visually, I could not see it. And second, I really didn't know who was an elector and who was not. I only talked with one individual of any substance at the meeting.
Do you remember who that was?
Guys, farmer from Hillsdale, I think.
Okay. So, of the 16 electors, and I'm including you in that number, you spoke with one of them. Was it about this process or was it about something totally
More
different?
about farming.
So did you have an opportunity to talk to any of the other electors about their understanding of the process?
Not really, no.
I'm not gonna ask this time. I'm gonna show you the fourth page of, well, the fourth photo from exhibit 26. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photo?
Well, that was the photo that was taken, I think, by one of the workers. I don't know who was taken by. At the conclusion of the meeting. Memorialized meeting.
And who's contained in that photo?
Well, it looks like all the electors, Michelle, I think Kellen's there, I think it's me, Marion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, speak up some more?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine, I'm sorry. Myself, the individual I talked to from Hillsdale, Marion Sheridan, Burden, and Miss Rodriguez.
And you said this photo was taken at the conclusion of the meeting?
Yes.
Do you know about how long the meeting lasted before the parties left to go to the annex?
I want to say it was an hour or an hour and 15 minutes in that room.
And you know about what time the group that was going over to the annex actually started towards the annex?
Well, it started later because we were initially told to relocate our cars closer to the annex. So when the call came, we could then walk over and meet people. But then I received a later call stating a change of plan, that we were going to meet at the Radisson Hotel and walk from the Radisson to the state annex.
And did you relocate over towards the Radisson?
Yes, I did.
And was the purpose just to walk over as a group?
Well, when I entered the Radisson lobby, there was a large number of people there. And it was at that time announced by an individual, I can't identify with the individual, that we were invited to have pizza and hot chocolate after the ceremony, or after the walk. But that we were then to walk from the Radisson to the state annex for the presentation, and then after that, come back to the lobby and have, because they had a room with whatever for the pizza and hot chocolate.
And what happens when you get over to Capitol Annex?
So I get over the Capitol Annex and I'm walking behind a couple of ladies. One of the individuals that tried to present the guy. We're at the door by the Catholic Spirit, and they would not allow us to enter. And after some dialogue between the representative and security officer, Lieutenant Green showed up, who's probably this man at the time, and they said no one would be entered, the building was closed, and that would not be allowed.
And what did you do next?
Well, there was another individual that came into the action, and I found out that his name was Ian Norton. And at that time, he entered into a more extensive dialogue with Lieutenant Green in attempting to provide the documentation, which I presume is this information, because it's in an envelope, and have that presented to the state senate. Didn't take long, 5 minutes at the most. That discussion was concluded unsuccessfully, unsuccessfully in the event that the documentation was not accepted by the judge, who can agree, nor was it delivered to the state senate.
We're just gonna show you the fourth photo in People's Exhibit 13 and ask if you recognize the man that's prominently in the photo.
Yeah, well, he's got a mask on, but he's got a camera. Yeah. Overcoat on. That would be, I believe that would be unknown.
And is that the gentleman who had the more extended conversation with Lieutenant Green?
That's correct.
Now, after the party was denied admittance and after Mr. Norton's conversation with Lieutenant Green, where do you go after that?
Well, people turned around, and I presume, keep in mind, it was very cold and windy. Okay. I presume some were headed back to Radisson. I said, no, that's not my thing. So I went to my car, I went home, called my wife, told her to come home, stopped, got a cup of hot coffee, and then went home.
And is there anything that you did once you got home to kind of, I guess, summarize the meeting just for yourself?
Well, when somebody, this is when I was in business, when I was with the state, if somebody asked me to either fill in for them or to do something for them, a meeting, an activity, I always summarized that and gave that to them. So they were aware of what was going on. I did the same for Janelle. I wrote her an email summarizing the activities and what had happened. Sent it to her at about 4 o'clock on Sunday, or on Monday, that day, 14. And that was it. I had a chit chat with my wife, and I was concluded. I thought I'd done my duty, and we were done.
I just want to ask you, just looking at the first page of Exhibit 11, during the meeting at the Sekia Center, were you shown that page?
I don't remember everything.
For purposes, Your Honor, that's the first page titled Memorandum on Exhibit 11. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you recall any conversation during the meeting about sending pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 11 to the President of the Senate or to the National Archives?
The president of the state senate?
No, United States Senate.
No, I did not.
Would you know the significance of why a document will be sent to the National Archives or to the President of the Senate?
I'm gonna object. That's a broad question. A document.
Thank you. Was that discussed in the meeting about what would happen if pages 2 and 3 were sent and received by the President of the Senate?
Not to my knowledge.
One moment, Your Honor, just to make sure. Before December 14th, 2020, did you know any of the other Republican candidates for elector?
No,
So that was your first time meeting the other 15 people?
absolutely.
Absolutely sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to play what has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 14. Apologies. May I ask the court if I can have host abilities? Should be co-host. Now, Mr. Renner, were you aware that there were videos, well, there were videos recording the group walking towards the Capitol Annex?
I was aware that there were individuals who are, I would say, okay, we're walking west. It would be on our right, that there were individuals there, but whether they had cameras or cell phones, I couldn't tell you.
Well, the first, I guess, still of Exhibit 14 is currently displayed. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you in this video?
I can't see it.
Okay.
It's not large enough for me to see. I'm sorry. I can walk up there and check it out if you would like me to.
I'm gonna see if I can make it bigger. No promises. That did not make it.
Yeah, that's me behind the two ladies. That's correct.
Okay, and for purposes of the record, I've stopped 5 seconds into the video, and I believe you made an identification.
That's correct. That's me.
Okay. And is that you in the black jacket, black hat?
That's correct.
I'm gonna stop the video again at about 45 seconds in. Do you still see yourself within that video?
Yes, I do.
And where are you?
I'm right behind the two ladies.
And is
They're at the door.
Okay, and is it fair to say you are closer to that black fence?
That's correct.
We'll pass the witness around. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michael Bada. I'm an attorney and I represent Ms. Rose Rocha. Do you know, by the way, do you know Rose Rocha?
No, I do not.
You remember seeing her on some,
Other than the picture they showed. I do not.
ma'am, no, you're on. Borough Council.
Yes.
One second. Thank you. Do you remember meeting her, Ms. Rock, on December 14th, 2020?
I do not.
And you've already explained to me know any of the other electors. So
That's right.
let me back up a little bit. How old a man are you, sir?
77,
And you're retired now, correct?
absolutely.
And talked about your last position, which was for a length period of time in being an executive in HR, correct?
Right.
But going back a ways, between 1970 and 1976, did you perform law enforcement duties as a member of the Michigan State Police?
Yes, I do.
So that is that the time frame, about 6 years?
That's right. It's approximately.
Okay, so if we're talking in the 70s, I'm gonna guess Governor Milliken.
That's right. Very good.
You were, because you were on his personal detail, correct?
That's right. For 5 years.
That's kind of a big deal to get promoted to that spot, isn't it? To be entrusted with protecting the government.
Some would say it was.
I would say, did you say it?
Yes.
And obviously, you don't have any prior convictions for any crimes, correct?
No.
Your background is when it comes to law enforcement, is enforcing the law, correct?
That's right.
And you got this message or email from Janelle Leonard,
Right.
either 1 or 2 days prior to the Monday that you went to what you call the Sophia Center?
Sekia.
Sophia Center.
Sekia.
And also known, they're calling in this case, I guess that everyone's calling it the Republican, Michigan Republican headquarters. So
Okay.
we're talking about the same place, right? It's on Seymour Street.
That's right.
in Lansing. So Janelle Leonard emails you either 1 or 2 days before. She asks you to go to the meeting to be a replacement elector.
That's right.
And you've already said you don't have any experience being an elector.
Not at all.
You know nothing about the election laws, the federal, specifically the federal election law.
That's right.
So you, like I said, Title III. Do you know anything about what's in Title III?
If it was a labor law, yes, but beyond that, I don't.
All right, thank you. Now, you spent, I'm not gonna go back through all your volunteering, but you spent basically the last decade or so volunteering for the Michigan Public Park.
That's right.
And that was after you were retired.
Right.
Now, when you said that you went down to the basement, was that pretty much right after you got there around 1:45 a.m. that morning on December 20th?
No, we were held upstairs for, there was maybe 5 minutes, a little longer, a little less. And then we were let down, so it wasn't instantaneous.
Were you the last elector to arrive at the headquarters, do you believe? If you know.
I think I was. I think I was.
So obviously you wouldn't know what happened prior to your arrival, correct? Nobody filled you in and said, hey, James, this is what you missed. Do you go by James or Jim?
Jim.
No one said to you, hey, Jim, you missed all this stuff, man, right?
That's right.
Okay, so when you got there, you were held for a bit. How long did you say you were held for?
About approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. And you were directed down to the basement?
Right.
Yeah. Do you know who was kind of directing you where to go?
As I said before, the names are fuzzy because I was more looking for process. Finding out which one. I'm more process driven than name driven.
I can tell from your testimony, it seems like you're a very detailed person, is that fair to say?
Try to be.
You appear to be pretty meticulous as well. Could you describe that?
I attempted to guess.
It's coming across. Let me ask you, you said the process is really important. Was it important to you that everything you were doing that day was proper?
Absolutely.
Was it important to you that everything you did that day was legal?
Absolutely.
You yourself were not an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And we've already talked about your lack of familiarity with Title III and federal election law, correct?
That's right.
So is it fair to say, sir, that when you were going to be relying on other people to direct you as far as being an alternate elected?
That's absolutely correct.
And did you believe that these people that were directing you, some of them were attorneys?
There could have been. I said the individuals I remember by name is because they were identified respectively as president and secretary of the, I think it was the Michigan Republican Electoral College. I remember them by name because there was a significance to that. Others that may have spoken, I do not have their names. So there may have been one other person that spoke.
Let me stop you there for 1 second. You just mentioned someone introduced himself as the secretary. Would that have been Ms. Rodriguez?
Ms. Rodriguez, yes.
And then did Ms. Burden?
Ms. Burden was identified as the president of the Michigan Republican Electoral Commission.
President of the Michigan Electoral Commission?
Yeah, it's on the form, and that's how I knew.
Or could it be Electoral College? Do you know what you said there were people standing in the back of the room? Were they against the wall, perhaps?
Some were, and some were maybe in front of it, kind of like a.
Did you believe that those people were not electors? Or they were,
Well,
did
they
you
were,
not know? You didn't know.
well, the communication of what was going
Sorry, can
on,
you keep your voice up? I can tell
Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Freeman
sorry.
over there is.
it was my presumption, all the electors were in this one area, as I said, seated against the wall. And the communications that we were receiving were directed toward us. So the presumption is that the only people that were electors were the individuals sitting in that immediate adjacent area that I was in.
So there were about 15 other people sitting in that area. Where
That's
you were?
correct.
And I know this seems like an obvious question, but I have to ask this. At any time during this meeting, did you and the other electors come to an agreement that you would defraud somebody?
No, absolutely not.
Did you and the other electors ever come to an agreement that you would try to publish a public document that's false?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet anyone named Sean Flynn? If you know,
There's an individual there.
let me stop you for 1 second. Maybe this will. Remember you said earlier about a man that talked, as well as you said that Maya talked, Ms. Rodriguez, Kathy Burden talked, you said that, and another man talked. Do you know if that was Sean Flynn? If you know,
It could have been. I cannot.
can't say for sure.
I regret that. Otherwise, I'd give more precise information.
Well, that goes to this question. You had no idea that on December 14th, 4 years or 3.5 or so years ago, you'd be sitting in a courtroom today, having had 8 felonies recently dismissed, correct?
That's correct.
They said this whole case was a big surprise to you, correct?
Yes, it was.
Why was it a surprise to you?
Because by the information I received during the meeting from individuals that I consider credible resources, there was not one discussion concerning that this was a questionable or even marginal activity that the process that we were engaging in, and that it was a legitimate process. There was nothing other than that being said. So through my lack of knowledge of what the appropriate process was, I accepted that information.
Fair enough. And did you believe that what you were doing was legal?
Yes,
And did you believe that there was a legal reason to be doing it?
yes,
And those reasons were explained to you, correct?
that's correct.
And those were the 2 purposes that you just laid out. One was provide this alternate slate so that the Senate, state Senate, or the legislature could have a choice of which one to adopt. Presumably, well, let me ask you, did you intend and hope that the legislature would adopt the correct winner of the election?
Yeah.
In other words, were you trying to assert your electoral votes in place of the Democratic votes, whether or not Trump won the election? Do you understand my question? Were you trying to, in other words, be the electors even though you knew that Trump lost? Is that what you were trying to do?
Well, that's a question that has 2 parts to it.
Go ahead.
First is the loss. To this day, I'm not comfortable with saying that that was accurate, because there were a number of irregularities that occurred during the election. Okay, whether that was at the Wayne County Counting Center, with a number of Republican workers making signed affidavits of ill treatment, inappropriate processes, things of that sort.
Yes.
That at that time had never been addressed. And as I talked before, when I went to bed, President Trump was ahead by 152,000 votes. When I got up the next morning, he was behind by almost the same number.
It reminds me of a certain city of Detroit election.
And so
I'll ask you about it.
I was not
Mayor.
totally convinced that President Trump had not won. That's my personal opinion.
And were you trying to provide an avenue by signing this document so that if it was determined that in fact Trump won, that the appropriate process would be in place?
So that was the second
That was the second part.
part of that.
Right, but the first part was that the part about the legislature could figure it all out and appropriately certify Trump as winning, correct?
That's correct. It was their option.
That's what it was explained to you.
That's correct.
And you think it's one of those three people that explain that to you, either Maya Rodriguez, Kathy Burden, or potentially this third person,
Somebody did.
Mr. Flynn.
Somebody did, but I can't tell you specifically who that individual.
Do you think it was one of the three people that I just named? People that were talking, in other words, that,
Yes,
so we either have been, had to have either been, in your, I don't know what words you correct me if I'm wrong, it had to either be Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Burden, or that third man.
well, to the best of my knowledge, those are the three individuals that I remember making public or addressing the group as a whole. Okay.
You believe it was
So whether it
one
was Sean, what?
Oh, sorry, I know you don't know his name, but it was.
So that communication came from someone making that address to the elected. That's correct.
But it's one of the three people, even though we don't know the third person's name.
I would say it would have to be one of those.
Oh, thank you. And was that third person, the male, was he a white male, do you recall?
Yes.
And was he wearing a suit, do you remember?
Not to be one of them. The presumption is, no, I can't remember that.
I appreciate the carefulness in which you're testifying. I really do. Did you previously know Myra Rodriguez?
No,
Did you previously know Kathy Burden?
no.
When I say previous, obviously, I mean before this meeting.
Right.
You said that the electors introduced themselves. Did you guys like go around?
No, we just stood up for I'm Jim or I'm Sally or whomever.
Say where you're from, maybe?
No.
No.
With that, we didn't glad hand. I'm not a glad hander, so I didn't glad hand.
You don't glad hand and you don't accept glad hand.
Not a lot.
What is glad hand?
I like the way you said it. Just, you mean just like.
I need him to tell me what
Oh,
glad
ask him.
hand
Yeah,
is.
she wants to know.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Unsolicited introductions to somebody and shaking their hand. I
Thank
don't-
you.
I don't do that.
You're more of a fist bumper.
If there's a reason for it, I'll do it.
Makes total sense.
I'm sorry you used that term. so-
No, you're fine. I just needed to understand.
You already said, nobody explained how the electoral college process works.
That's right.
Did anyone ever explain to you, let me show you what's been marked, exhibit, people's exhibit 11? And I think, can I have the witness have a copy, your copy, Ms. Logan?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Going to do it or
Do it.
Sorry, nice, thank you. Sorry, for the record, the witness is looking at exhibit 11. Now, I don't really care about the first page, because you don't never see this memo.
I do not.
I want to talk about what you saw. You said you saw this first page here, starts out by saying certificate of the votes of the 2020 elections.
Yes, I did.
And that has the text on it that we were talking, you asked about.
Yes.
I want to ask you about this first line where it states, no, before I ask that, you read this, correct?
That's right.
And I'm talking about page 2 of People's Elect. You read, we, the undersigned, being the duly elected and qualified electors for president and vice president. I want to stop and ask you, what was your understanding on December the 14th of 2020, of what it meant to be a duly elected and qualified elector?
Well, I assumed that the voice vote that went on in the basement was the elected process to which they're addressing. Because I was a late minute, last minute calling as an alternate to replace them.
So you assume that that voice vote is what made you the duly elected, qualified elector, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did anyone ever explain to you that under federal law, you don't get to say that you don't get to be a duly elected qualified elector unless the governor of the state of Michigan sends a document certifying that your candidate won the popular vote?
Oh, I never said that.
Had you known that, that this being a duly elected and qualified elector had this legal significance, meaning that you were claiming that the governor certified Trump as the winner, would you have signed this?
No,
No one explained it to you, right?
no, that's right.
And you didn't ask that because you trusted the people that were talking to you, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were doing that?
Yes, I did.
But you personally didn't have any intent to defraud or make any representation that the governor certified the Trump won. You weren't saying that in this, right?
That's right.
That you wouldn't have signed it if you thought that was what.
That's right.
Do you see here where it says, look at subparagraph A, it says, we convened and organized in the state capitol, the city of Lansing, Michigan. What did you understand that to mean?
What I understood is what it would, I think it was said in the meeting, if we could get the paperwork. Ideally, that's one of the reasons I think they wanted all the electors to be to go to the state annex. And I think that's why the two representatives wanted us to be allowed to enter. So you could actually be physically in the Senate. And that's why.
Right, and is that one of the reasons that you went? Because you signed this document saying you met at the Capitol. Did you think that you were supposed to then go to the Capitol as part of this?
Yes.
And you were prevented by one of your fellow officers from entering. Correct?
We then agreed.
Yes. You didn't happen to know him.
No, it's hard to do.
Oh, I don't know. Let me ask you, and Judge, there's been some suggestions that we need to take a lunch at some point. This would be a good starting point for me, and I want to kill everybody.
Well, we gotta get Mr. Renner finished, yes.
Okay, well,
Other
I can keep going.
obligations. I don't know how much longer you're,
I have probably another half hour.
you can continue.
Okay. How at some point did you learn that you were not a legitimate elector? You were not a duly elected and qualified elector?
Yes, I did.
When did you learn that?
There's a civil suit against the 16 electors. Served with the paperwork. Initially, I didn't read it because I contacted my attorney. But then prior to shared and organized, we got the Thomas More Society to defend it. And from the first Zoom conference, second Zoom conference, I thought it was appropriate to go into detail in all this information. It was reading that information that I learned that the process that was utilized to elect and qualify me as an elected was inappropriate.
You didn't know that until the lawsuit, correct?
That's right.
And speaking of the lawsuit, all the electors, or I shouldn't say all, I don't know if it's all. Several of the electors were represented by the same civil council from the Thomas More Society.
That's right.
And also represented by that entity was Marion Sheridan, is that correct?
That's right.
And so was my client, Rose Rook, if you know.
I think so. I think I recognized her from one of the Zoom meetings. I
You recognize Rose from one of the Zoom meetings?
I think,
And did the electors that were being represented in the civil case begin communicating with each other over something called Telegraph? Do you know, like the app?
I never participated in that.
Did you learn about that though? That they were talking to each other over
No,
an app?
I'm not much for social media.
Right. You're not a phone guy either.
That's right.
If you had known at the time, obviously you wouldn't have, that you weren't qualified, you wouldn't have signed. If you knew what you knew, this is my question. If you knew what you found out during that civil case meeting you just described, would you have signed?
Absolutely not.
Did anyone tell you that during the, and by the way, let me ask you this, were you there the whole time of the meeting, once the meeting started, until when the meeting ended? In other words, did you leave to go smoke a cigarette or go to the bathroom? Were you there from, do you believe you were there for the whole meeting?
I was there from the time the meeting started to the time the electors left. So by that definition, I was there for the whole meeting together.
Thank you. Were you told that there was a time constraint on when you had to deliver the documents to the state senate for it to be considered?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. on December 14th, on that day, correct? And then the other purpose you talked about, besides getting it to the state senate so that they could figure this whole mess out, figure out who the real winner was in your mind, right?
Yes.
And you already described that you had doubts about who the real winner was, correct?
Yes.
And your thoughts were shared. You talked to other people. They were shared by other people you talked to, correct? At the time. My question is, at
Yeah,
the
the
time.
electors in the basement room.
Well, did you talk to any of those electors?
That room was energized by the electors who saw this as a chance, maybe to elect their candidate. Okay, whether that they were doing it for the same reasons I was doing it, because election irregularities was why. I couldn't.
You don't know what anyone else is.
No, I couldn't. I can't speak for that.
But let me ask you this: did you hear anyone talking about, hey, even though we lost, we're going to still figure out a way to win?
No.
They actually believe that their candidate won, as far as you know. There's people that wanted Bond. I'll look on. I see. All right, moving on. Was there a discussion at all during the meeting that, because you described this as an alternate slate, correct?
Yes.
And you saw this as contingent on other things having to happen. Either the state legislature says that the votes should go to Trump, that he won the popular vote, and then they use your slate, or the other alternative, there's a recount or litigation or some other reason that flips the election results, correct?
I would have to look at what the term contingent meant. From what I'm understanding,
I don't mean it in a legal way. I mean, if something else has to happen.
or
Okay?
something, well, as far as I'm concerned, the legislator, as it explained to us, had to make a decision between which slate to accept. Okay, that was number one.
So stop me there. Would you agree that that's a contingency? They would have to make the decision to accept your slate.
If contingent is, if the definition of contingent is an action has to take place prior to this.
Is that your understanding?
Kind of a college level. I hadn't thought of it that term. Okay. I had thought of a contingent would be if the recount, if there was a successful recount of a popular vote finding Trump, that would be a contingent activity.
We don't have to use that word contingent. We can use the word other events had to happen for this to take any effect.
Yes, if in that phrase, if other events had to happen, yes, because the Senate would have to have reviewed both slates and identified, disqualified one slate and accepted the second slate before the winner could be announced. Correct.
So you, in other words, you didn't believe that by signing that document on that day, December 14th, 2020, that automatically those votes have been used and counted the presidential, on January 6th, when the Congress determined the president. You didn't think that that would be effective just by you signing it. You knew that something else had to happen.
We were told that we would, the slate would be presented to the Senate, and then they would have to make a decision which one to accept. But because the slate was never presented, then the decision, there was no decision.
But you agree with me then that just signing it alone did not make your vote count towards the presidential election. Other events had to happen. You agree with that general proposition?
I'm a little confused on that because to the extent that when I signed, again, when I signed it, I understood that 16 electors had signed it and it would be presented stating that Trump had won. And it was up to the Senate to decide which slate to accept. So in that respect, that's how I would answer your question, because that's how I.
Understand. You've explained it. I get it. Number one. Thank you. But in any event, you weren't trying to fool anybody or to fraud anybody by signing.
No.
You believe that it was you doing your duty by signing that?
Yes.
Did you know at the time that the state of Michigan had certified that governor of Michigan had certified Biden was the winner of the election?
Yeah, I wasn't following that very closely. No, I can tell you the truth, I could not tell you that.
Did you learn about a public press release by State Senate Majority Leader Michael Shirkey that occurred later that day on December 14th? And the topic is, the topic is that Senator Shirkey stated that the Senate Oversight Committee that was looking at the election did not find sufficient fraud as would flip the election. Do you remember that announcement? So you didn't know about
I
that.
don't remember that.
Was that ever talked about at this meeting?
I know.
The meeting that you were there the whole time? You didn't hear it?
That's good.
And on the second purpose that you described, you described that as it's a placeholder. That's the second reason that you signed is that it would be a placeholder in the event that the election was flipped by a recount, then your votes would already be in place.
That's good.
And were you ever told that the document would be sent to the National Archives?
No.
Were you ever told that the document would be mailed to any location in Washington, D.C.?
No.
Do you know what happened to the document after you signed it?
I don't.
Did you sign it one time or were there multiple copies of the signature page?
One time.
Now, you said that the document was in the basement. Are you sure that, because you also said that your memory isn't 100%, is that fair? Is it possible that electors were called up in smaller groups to go upstairs to the lobby area to sign? Is that possible?
It's possible, but I don't remember doing that myself.
You remember that you personally signed in the basement?
That's what I remember.
Do you know where the other electors signed?
I could not tell you.
All right, so if an elector, if there was testimony in this case that electors were called upstairs 2 by 2, you can't say that that didn't happen.
That's right.
Okay. Did you intend to utter or publish a false public record?
No.
by walking to the Capitol, somehow by going there personally, you were committing any kind of crime.
Well, we never walked in Capitol, we walked the
Sorry,
state
well,
annex.
you said that. I
No,
apologize. The annex, you're very familiar with that area, correct?
yeah, no, I policed many demonstrations and things of that sort during my time, and that was the citizens, right?
Now, you have made statements. You testified in the previous group of electors being charged, didn't you,
Yes.
some months ago?
Federal.
And you testified that you thought the electors were, quote, all conscientious individuals attempting to do the right thing. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you feel the same way about the electors that are in this group?
Yes, I do.
What makes you feel that way? What caused you to testify to that?
First of all, the discussions that I overheard had nothing to do with trying to steam the process, okay? The identification of,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
The identification of steam the process. Most of the individuals I saw by their actions, by their dress, a good citizenship, okay? I did not see anybody there that had or attempted to do a rabble rouse or try to circumvent the activities that were taking place. So I thought it was a very responsible, mature group.
You were in the same room with these electors for some period of time that day, correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this, but I'll ask you again. Do you believe that any of the other electors were trying to commit a crime? Based on your you saw?
I can only tell you what I observed.
Yeah, I'm saying based on that.
Okay, no.
You said when you say this, that you don't think that the other electors are trying to commit a fraud, do you base it on everything you observed, everything you saw, everything you heard, everything from that day you know of, right? That goes into your statement.
I would question the legitimacy of the people that were presenting themselves as legitimate leaders of the group, whether they were identified as president or secretary or an individual that got up and spoke. Because to the best of my knowledge, the only process that was discussed was the process that we used. And that was not the legitimate process of identifying and qualifying electors. I would have to state that that's the one caveat I would have to stating that I didn't observe anything inappropriate.
Because you didn't have the knowledge that you needed to know that it was inappropriate, correct?
That's correct.
Understood. And I'm going to wrap up and I'm going to ask you this question. A couple questions. You were interviewed by investigator Howard Shaw. In this case, you see Mr. Investigator Shaw.
That's correct.
And in your interview, you know that that was a taped interview because you probably got discovered.
That's correct.
You were originally charged with 8 counts, 8 felony counts.
That's correct.
And what you said, this may relate to what your last comments in your testimony. You said, quote, I felt I had been walked into a situation that I should never have been a part of. Remember testifying to that?
That's correct.
Did you stand by that testimony?
Yes.
And do you think you were the only elector that was walked into a situation that they should never have been a part of?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness
I'll withdraw the question.
lacks foundation.
Withdraw.
Thank you.
If somebody took an oath and swore under oath that you knew that you had no legal reason to sign this document, you signed it, that be true?
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You believe there's a legal reason to sign it, correct?
I was told there was a legal reason to sign it.
And you said, you testified you believed that, and you believed it was reasonable for you to rely on it, correct?
That's good.
Okay, so therefore, if somebody said the opposite, said that James Renner knew at the time that he signed that document, he knew that there was no legal reason to do it, you would not agree with that, would you?
Let me rephrase that in my own words, okay?
I need the answer to that,
Okay.
unless you don't understand it.
That's correct. If somebody, could you
Yeah.
repeat that one more time?
So Agent Shop in his affidavit,
Yes.
that got you charged along with my client and others. In that affidavit, he took an oath to a judge and he swore under oath that at the time you signed the document, in this case, that we're talking about, it's in front of you, People's 11, that you personally knew that you had no legal reason to be signing it. Is that a true, would that be a false statement?
I think that statement was made without full complete information about the situation I was in.
Understood, and I'm not asking you to cast aspersions on Agent Shop. I'm asking you if would that have been a true statement if you made that statement? You knew there was no legal reason to sign.
And I believe the witness has answered the question.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, the question, he didn't answer the question. He gave a reason why he gave the answer, but that doesn't explain or answer whether or not he believes the true statement or not.
Okay,
So let me just ask a question then.
one last time.
This gentleman over here writes in a document and swears that you, James Renner, knew when you signed the document that there was no legal reason to sign it. Would that be a true statement by Agent Shop?
That would not be true.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. So 1:12, I was going to recess for 45 minutes to 2 o'clock for lunch. And then we'll pick up with the next set of cross exams. Any additional or any issues before we take a recess?
None for the people.
On your own.
Thank you. Okay, back on the record, Mr. Renner is still under oath. We can proceed with the next cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm gonna be doing the next. First thing I want to ask you is, do you see anybody else in here that you saw at the meeting December 14th in the GOP headquarters? But somebody that pointed out, do you see anybody else that was at that meeting?
Yeah, I do, but I can't name them.
That's fine. It's kind of point in the general direction of where you think they're at. Okay,
That lady,
all right, okay,
that gentleman,
okay.
the lady next to him. The lady on the screen.
All right.
Those are the individuals I recognize.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I asked that the record reflect by name which defendants the witness pointed out.
That's fine if you want. I just wanted to. There's a clear reason for mine.
Okay. Can you note that for the record, please? My name.
I can't, because I don't recognize them. If you want him to read direct and have him stand, that would be.
If you can point to them again, and I'll let
Okay.
prosecution identify them.
Yeah, that's Hank.
For purposes of the record, defendant William Cho.
Okay.
I just learned today her name. Rose.
That's fine.
Okay.
For purposes of the record, Roseboro.
The gentleman next to him, I don't know his name.
For purposes of the record, Clifford Frost Jr.
Yes.
I want to get it right.
And the lady next on his right is Mary Sheridan.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's this Rodriguez on the screen.
On the screen, okay.
Beyond that,
All right, thank you. When you arrived at the headquarters at GOP, you said it was about 10:40, 10:45, is that correct?
11:45.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mistake you. And you were asked for your name at the door before you were let in?
That's correct.
And the individual who asked for your name and let you in, you said you didn't know them, but did we have like a security uniform on or anything like that? Just a person? Did, and then you said you gave them your name, you went in and you were waiting with 3 or 4 other people, is that correct?
Correct.
Out of everybody you've identified, were any of those people there waiting to be taken down to the basement?
I could not tell you.
All right. And then you said you were led downstairs.
Yes.
And there were other people there, correct?
Correct.
And you specifically said 16 electors and more. Are you certain that all 16 electors were there in the basement when you got down?
Yes, because we're the last group coming down, or the last people coming down. I did not see anybody come down after that.
All right. Did anybody join you on the march over to the or the walk over to, it's not Capitol building.
Capitol Annex.
Yeah, the Capitol Annex. Did anybody join you in that procession that you recognize that you haven't already identified?
No.
And you said it was more of an informal process than a formal process, just kind of going on.
If you define formal as the rules of order, then that would be a more formal process. I do not remember the rules of order being used during that process, so it would be a more informal process.
Okay, I've had placed on the witness stand People's Exhibit 11. I think that is page 2 or 3. That purports to be the signature page of the electors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Page 3.
Page 3. When you signed that, were the rest of the signatures already in?
I couldn't tell you that. I really couldn't.
All right. And do you recall anybody else signing it in the basement?
I can't recall. That process, I could not recall. I could only tell you that I signed it.
All right. And you testified earlier that you were more interested in what was being
The
said.
process.
Yeah. Did identify that there were two electors, yourself and another individual that were alternate.
Correct.
Do you know who the other alternate was? Without looking at that.
I could not tell you.
All right. The only way you'd know is if you look at the exhibit then.
Even then, I don't know.
Well, just by name, I mean, you wouldn't be able to identify that or other.
I couldn't even tell you by name.
All right.
No. There's a male. No, I'd be guessing.
Oh, I don't want you to do that. That's all I have.
No questions on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Renner. My name is Dave Paulman. I'm the attorney for Mr. Cho.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a few questions for you. I take it then you never spoke to Mr. Cho prior to the meeting on
No,
December
never met
14th?
him, never talked to him.
Never met him, never talked to him.
No,
You didn't talk to him after the meeting on December 14th, correct?
that's right.
Never had any social media interaction, Facebook, emails, anything with Mr. Cho, is that
I
correct?
don't use social media, so the answer is no.
I should have remembered that, thank you. So the only time you saw Mr. Cho before today would have been at the on the 14th in the Capitol Walk.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you would have no personal knowledge what Mr. Choate saw of documentation or anything, or what he signed. You don't have any personal knowledge to any of that. Do you?
That's correct.
You don't know if he saw that first, that, I think you have exhibit 11 there. The second page is the vote certify the electors. Yeah. You don't have any information personally that Mr. Choate saw that page. Do you?
That's correct.
And you don't recall seeing Mr. Choate sign page 3 of that exhibit. Do you?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I found it interesting, where you said a couple different times that you felt you were doing your duty.
Yes.
To explore that a little more. When you say that, what do you mean your duty? What did you feel you were doing?
Well, I think it's each citizen's duty to, first of all, to be involved in the election process, knowing who the candidates are, actually voting, okay, because people are sacrificing their lives to vote, to voting, have right to vote. And then second, to represent your candidate, because of the beliefs that you have in that individual. So in this instance, when I was called to be elected, not really understanding what that meant, unfortunately, it was another way of representing my beliefs in the candidate who I voted for. And that's how I viewed it.
And that's what you felt you were doing
That's
on
right.
December 14th, is that correct?
That's right.
So did you have any hint or suspicion or anything in your mind that, oh, I might be committing a crime here, I might be doing something that's illegal? Anything like that cross your mind?
At that time, absolutely not.
And so then I take it, these questions might seem a little funny given your answer just now, but I need to ask. So did you conspire in any way with Mr. Choate to commit a crime?
No,
Did you conspire with him to make a false document,
no,
to forge a false document,
no,
to alter a false document?
no,
Did you conspire with him to counterfeit a false public document?
no,
And I say public documents, all those things. You didn't do that at all for any type of document, right?
That's correct, I did not.
Did you make, alter, or forge a public document?
No,
Did you counterfeit a public record, public document?
no,
Did you make any false statements that day when you signed and did what you did on September, around December 14th?
no,
Did you have any intent to defraud anyone or injure anyone by your actions on December 14th?
absolutely not.
Did you have any intent to utter or publish as true a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record?
No,
Did you conspire with Mr. Choate to do that?
no,
And again, did you intend to injure or defraud anybody by uttering or publishing a false fact?
no,
Did you knowingly make, file, or publish a false document under our election law for forgery? Did you do that? Make, alter, file, or otherwise publish any kind of document that you sign?
because at the time I did not think I was, no,
Right, and I guess maybe I should have prefaced, did you knowingly do
No.
that day?
no, I did not.
And did you knowingly conspire with Mr. Choate to do any of those things
No.
for election law forgery that day?
No,
Did you illegally conspire with any of the other electors to do any of the things we've just gone through? in these-
absolutely
In
not.
these charged crimes?
No,
Did you have any intent to defraud anyone under our election laws with
No.
the document that you sent?
No.
Did you intend to injure anyone through that document you sent?
no,
Do you have any personal knowledge that Mr. Choate wanted to injure or defraud somebody?
no,
You would agree, he would have had the same information that you received at that meeting from that day, because he was there with you, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Causes for speculation.
Objection causes speculation.
That's not
You're asking-
speculation, he was there. I'm asking if Mr.
Well, no,
Choate
you're
was there
asking him,
and
would he
heard the same
agree
information.
that he would have the same knowledge? How would he know what knowledge? this
I didn't say
person-
knowledge, same, he was president. I'll rephrase the question if I said it wrong. I'll rephrase it. Mr. Choate was president at the same meeting you were at, right?
he was present, yes.
Okay, and he would have heard the same information you heard, right?
He should have,
Right, because he was sitting there with a group of you, right?
but I can't say he did. All I can say he should have.
Right, but he was there.
Yes,
Okay. You didn't see him sleeping or anything during the meeting, did you?
no,
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Renner, my name is Kevin Kiefsky. I represent Mr. Frost that you identified.
okay,
More so you recognized him in the courtroom, but someone else had to tell you what his name was. I have a handful of questions for you. First, was it your testimony earlier, and I'm just paraphrasing, I was elected by the electors to be an elector? Did you essentially make that statement or assertion earlier?
that would be a paraphrase, but that's accurate.
Okay. So how did you refer to yourself when you learned you were going to become a Republican elector? How did you refer to your position? As an elector? Okay. Not possible elector or a nominated elector, but just as an elector,
After
correct?
the voice vote was taken.
Right.
It was my understanding I was elected, although I was an alternate elected,
Mhm.
yes.
And did you testify earlier, and again, I paraphrase because I don't have a transcript, you asserted that in the event there was a successful recount, then and only then would that certificate be used? Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
That was my understanding. That was my takeaway from the meeting.
Okay. Now, how did you obtain or develop this understanding?
It was presented at the meeting.
Okay. And among the individuals that were present talking, I believe you said Ms. Rodriguez was there.
Rodriguez,
And who else?
that. And the other individual that could have spoken, it was that group that information was disseminated.
The individual that you cannot name or recall, I believe you testified it's a white male or was a white male, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the impression that this individual was an attorney? Did he represent himself to be an attorney, or do you recall?
I couldn't remember that. I really
Okay.
couldn't.
And when it comes to my client, Mr. Frost, did you see him sign the document in question regarding the certificate of vote?
I saw no one sign the document.
That certificate of vote, when you, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this group of electors, using your terminology, walked to the Capitol, you believed it was contained in an envelope, is that right?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. Did you see the document that you and the other electors signed placed into that envelope?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you saw the document when you were in the basement?
After I signed it, that was the last time.
Okay. And then when you, ladies and gentlemen, were walking to the Capitol,
Yeah.
you saw the envelope, but you can't state for certain if that certificate was inside of the envelope, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is walking to the Capitol with your group of electors at the time a crime in your eyes?
Absolutely not. No, it was the annex. Keep in mind. It was-
I apologize. Yeah, the annex.
Okay. And, no, as I stated before, I believe many demonstrations, sessions, things of that sort. And that's our right, as a citizen. No, it was not a.
So what would you view what you were doing walking to the Capitol, given what you just said, as a form of political, participation or political protest or something like that?
It was not a protest.
Okay. How would you characterize you going over to the Capitol Annex?
It was a delivery of a document.
Okay. But regarding the delivery of the document, you don't know whether or not that document was inside the envelope,
That's
correct? Okay. And this group, you walked over to the Capitol and you were led, I believe, by, was it one or two state representatives?
It was my impression it was one,
Okay,
but there were two ladies that were leading.
I see. Okay. And the state representative in question, do you recall the name?
I don't
Have you met this individual before?
know.
Okay. When you guys arrived to the annex, did you overhear the conversation between, and I'm not asking you to tell me what was said, all right? But did you overhear the conversation that folks had with the Michigan State Police?
Partially. I didn't hear it all. It was somewhat windy and with a variation of voices and everything. I did not hear it word for word, no.
Okay. Now, I am again not asking you to state, I'm not trying to solicit hearsay, but what was your impression, or more so your understanding, why you were refused entry into the Capitol?
It really wasn't given, per se, just that the Capitol was closed and that we would not be allowed in. And with my past experience, I know although the Capitol itself is a public building.
Right.
The annex, not necessarily so because of private offices. The state has a right to close it anytime they feel that there's a need to close it. We did it many, many times. So I didn't see any significance in it.
At any point, either during the event when you were at the Capitol Annex or afterward, did you hear or learn that there was the rationale of a bomb scare to close down the Capitol, permitting entry into the Capitol?
No.
No.
And the reason is I flew so many bomb scares. If it had been a bomb scare, first of all, there would have been a vehicle on the front of this building. There was no vehicle on the front of this building. Second, there would be a separate crew, and I just leave it at that. That would be, may not be visible, but it's there. I saw no evidence of that.
So given your experience, I know from the 1970s, but still as a Michigan State Police trooper
Not a trooper.
or
I was a
security officer, pardon me, but still working for the MSP.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find that being denied entry into that Capitol building or the annex to be unusual?
And I believe that question has been answered.
He did answer my question.
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah, he said that the Capitol being a public building, and then he specified the annex not being part of that and can be closed, and he didn't think I was, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. You stated that you first learned about a problem or you perhaps being seen as illegitimate as an elector when you were served with a civil lawsuit. Is that correct?
Partially true.
Okay.
When we were served
What's
with-
the rest of the truth?
Okay, when we were served with the civil lawsuit, which is about that thick.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not read it. I turned it over to the attorney. But then after that, when the Thomas More Society took up a case, there was one Zoom meeting was an introductory meeting, where I did, and then there was going to be a second Zoom meeting. And that second Zoom meeting was going to be more in depth. At that time, I read every page of the supporting information concerning the civil suit. At that time, I learned what the actual official process was. And it's at that time, I became concerned. I don't think that second Zoom meeting never took place, it was canceled. But it was at that time, preparation for it, that's when I learned it, because I read those.
And you learned specifically through reading later the lawsuit or by advice of counsel, or how did you learn that you were perhaps illegitimate?
It was within the transcript, within the documentation for the civil suit.
And I just want to make it clear, I'm not asking you at any time to tell me about the conversations with your attorney, okay? All right. That particular lawsuit, is that still pending?
Unfortunately, it is.
You know the status of that lawsuit?
Objection relevance.
I do not know.
Well, there's an
That would be my
objection,
attorney.
there's an objection for relevance. What's the relevance?
Well, the relevance is we actually have a civil suit that's a parallel legal action to this one that addresses the same theories that are being advanced by the Attorney General. I'm not going to go way into it. I just want to inquire regarding his knowledge of where it is right now and what
Where that
has happened.
case is?
I'm sorry?
I understand you want to know the knowledge of where that case is right now, but I'm trying to understand how that's relevant to this criminal prosecution.
It's relevant to this criminal prosecution because, again, the legal theories that are being put forward by the plaintiffs in that case are very similar to the accusations within the criminal complaint.
Oh.
So I believe that there's relevance. I just want maybe a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to go way into a whole bunch of civil procedure here.
In lieu of my attorney, who would know exactly, because he's representing me in that case too. I'll just paraphrase what I know, that it's on hold pending results of this trial. Is that correct?
He can't
Okay,
necessarily
okay.
testify, but that's your understanding, right?
Obviously new to this, right?
That's all right.
So that's my understanding.
Okay. And you understand that, given that there is an active civil lawsuit, anything that you say here possibly could be used against you in that civil lawsuit.
I didn't until now,
Okay. Does that change your testimony in any way, shape, or form?
not a bit.
And again, I don't want to get into conversations you had with any of your attorneys, past or present. Maybe this is the attorney that you've had the entire time, I'm not sure. But you were offered essentially an agreement with the Attorney General so that you could not, or you would not endure further prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the term noli pros or noli prosecui sound familiar?
Not a bit.
Okay, that's fine. I won't get into all that stuff. But was the condition of your plea deal, or more so your agreement, I should say, to tell the truth?
Absolutely. And if I didn't know the truth, I would state it.
And do you understand from reading that particular agreement with the Attorney General that if you said something that was untrue, that the Attorney General could still come after you for those untruths?
If I said something knowingly untrue, that's correct.
Okay. And you've said everything here today knowingly to be true.
To the best of my knowledge, after 46 months, that's correct. Or 43 months.
Who's count, right? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Renner.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Freeman, and I represent Marion Sharon.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you some questions. I'd like to start out a little bit talking about your experience with Michigan State Police.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, it sounded like your primary responsibilities were security around the Capitol complex. Is that fair to say?
Capitol complex and any other, well, in the secondary, and any other properties that stay in
And you were also on the governor's detail at one point.
for the last 5 years. That's right.
Did you ever do any investigative work into allegations of criminal activity?
No.
Not at all in your entire time?
Some, but not to the extent of being an official investigator. Yeah.
But did there ever come times where as part of your responsibility for the state police that you would have to, take some, start asking questions and do some legwork to figure
All the
out
time. To
what
that
happened?
extent, yes, all the time.
Okay, so when I use the term investigative activity, that's how I use
Okay.
it. So in the past, you've been presented with the situation in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, and part of your responsibility would be to sort of figure out what happened, right?
That's correct.
And as you would do that, you would follow the evidence wherever it would take you, correct?
If it was legitimate evidence, I would follow the evidence. Correct.
So you didn't start out with a conclusion and then try to find evidence to back up the conclusion, did you?
I understand where you're coming from. But if the conclusion, let's just say, was personal injury,
Okay,
then that was a proven conclusion.
okay.
But we didn't identify that it was him or her until we had identified and interviewed if there were any witnesses or what this physical evidence.
So in your example, you might have a theory of what happened, but you look for evidence to back up the theory, correct?
That's right.
And if the evidence ends up leading you in a different direction and it disproves the theory you start out with, then so be it. That's where the investigation leads you, correct?
That's right.
And that's a hallmark of a fair, impartial investigation, right?
That's right.
You go where the evidence leads you. You don't go to find evidence that leads to your conclusion. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. So you have an attorney here today. Why do you have a lawyer with you?
Under his recommendation.
Okay. Well, help me understand your reasoning for having a lawyer here.
First of all, this is a new process. Obviously, I've never been through this before.
Sure.
Okay. Second, since he represents me, and also the one that was heavily engaged in negotiating the agreement between the AG's office. I want to make sure that all the conditions of that agreement are met.
So you want someone to advocate on your behalf to hold the AG's office to their
In
promise.
the event it's necessary, and also to hold, if it becomes necessary, you folks. to defense attorney. So
Say that one more time.
also not only the AG, but also the defense attorney.
So your lawyer's here to make sure everybody treats you fair. Is that fair to say?
Make sure the process is run appropriately. Correct.
And as part of your having your attorney here, I assume, without telling us any specifics, you consult with him if you need to, correct? And you rely on the advice that he gives you, correct?
Correct.
And he gives you some directions and you sometimes follow them, sometimes you don't, fair to say?
That's correct.
Or do you always follow what he said?
My advice has always been, they tell me how thick the ice is, and make the determination if I go out on it.
Fair enough. It's a wise man. So let's talk a little bit about how it is that you came to be a witness. So let's back up. How did you first learn that you were the target of an investigation?
Contacted me by phone call.
Okay, and when was that approximately?
April of 2001. It would be approximately April 2001.
So the election took place.
2021, excuse me.
Okay.
21.
So the meeting that we've all been talking about is December 14th, 2020.
That's correct.
And you're saying in April of 2021, you got a phone call from.
I believe so. I don't have the chronological order in front of me,
Okay.
but it's my recollection it was in April of 21.
So not even 6 months after the meeting that's in question. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be approximately.
So, and are you sure that it was Agent Shock that reached out?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you knew that what was the person that reached out to you, did they identify themselves as being
Absolutely.
Very
clear.
Being from the Michigan Attorney General's office?
He sent me his credentials through email.
Via email?
Yeah.
Okay, do you still have those emails?
Could be around someplace. I mean, I presented information. I couldn't say one way or the other. If I had those emails.
And when you said that you presented information to them, who do you mean to the Attorney General's
To the
office?
Attorney General.
So is it your understanding that you've provided to the Michigan Attorney General's office all of the emails that you had that are relevant to the events of December 14th, 2020?
I provided everything I requested if it was still there.
Okay. And did your attorneys help you in compiling that information?
They reviewed it, but the source was myself.
Okay. And so when you were first contacted by someone from the Attorney General's office in 2021, that was a phone call, I believe you said?
That's correct.
Was it a voicemail or did they actually make contact?
Well, I think we were playing phone calls a little bit, but I talked directly with Agent Shaw.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation.
He said he'd like to talk with me concerning the events of of the 14th, of December 14th. And I said, I really don't talk about that. And then he, never serves. Then he sent me his credentials via email to make sure it was a legitimate info. And then he called again and left an email. I left a phone down message. And then, as I said, I'm not good with phones. I think I called him back 2 days later, 3 days later. And at that time, I obtained it to him.
And was that the attorney that you have here today or
No, it was a different attorney.
someone who works with this attorney who's here
No,
today?
it was
No,
a
some totally different?
attorney.
Okay. And help us understand then where things went from there.
Well, then I met with the attorney and began providing them the information concerning my involvement on December 15th. And they reviewed it. And agreed to represent me. Okay. We're at that time in the process of talking to the AG's office for my attorney for a partial agreement or to see if they wanted to talk to me. And they did. They said, yes, we would like to. And I think there was a preliminary discussion between my attorneys and one of the attorneys. I can't say who it was. And in fact, on the day the case was announced publicly, and I guess it became active at that time, I guess. We were ready to, at least the attorneys were ready to sit down in the AG's office and talk.
So these communications, the initial contact that you had from someone from the AG's office on the phone and the phone tag just referred to,
Right.
Was that before you were publicly charged
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
And it was a couple of years before you were publicly charged. Is that fair to say?
Well, I was here. I was public, and I'd have to refresh my memory, okay, because the dates are starting to kind of roll together.
Okay.
And I don't have those dates in front of me. I don't have those dates in front of me right now.
Okay.
And I don't have any follow-up data that I could look at to determine the actual dates.
Okay.
Okay, but sequentially.
Okay.
I was contacted. And leaving the dates out, they're going to be determined at a later time.
Okay.
Sequentially, I was contacted by Agent John.
Right.
About that. And then after a discussion, or possibly two, I obtained an attorney.
Okay.
And from that point on, the discussions were between the AG's office and my attorney.
Okay.
Okay. As far as the actual dates, I have to research my records.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't tell you for sure. I can't tell you the exact year.
Okay.
I can tell you the month, but I can't tell you the exact year. I apologize for that. I should be better.
Well, that's okay. It's, it all happened a long time.
Yes.
But as far as the sequence goes, I
Yes.
just want to see if we can pinpoint that. Your attorneys had communications with the Michigan Attorney General's office before the public charges were ever announced.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair to say?
Exactly.
And are you,
Well, time out.
go ahead.
That's what they communicated to me.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough. And you had no reason to disbelieve.
No.
So by the time that the case formally came into court, when you were actually charged as a defendant
Yeah.
with these 8 felony counts,
Yeah.
it was your understanding that your attorney or attorneys had already been in communication with the Attorney General's office about you cooperating. Is that fair to say?
Cooperating, I would not say cooperating, that we're going to talk to them about that.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if that agreement had been totally agreed upon,
Okay.
but it was my understanding that that was the objective of the discussions.
Okay. Now, is the term cooperator, is that a fair term to use to characterize you here today?
I don't know what else you could say, but yes. I'm
Okay.
cooperating.
So when you, in your mind, when did it go from, we're just kind of chit-chatting about maybe how things are going to resolve for yourself? When did that go from that being in that status to now I'm going to be a witness?
On the day of the indictment,
Okay.
everything changed at that time.
And when you say the indictment, was that the day that things were formally charged?
That's right.
Okay, and that's when in your mind you were going to become a witness.
Not really, because I changed at that time. There had been no agreement.
Okay.
Okay, at all. And at that time, the attorney changed.
Ah.
Okay. And at that time, now I.
Got
it.
Okay. So the team that you have now didn't become your team until after the charges were
That's
filed?
correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
so it wasn't until after the charges were filed that then things got real serious about an agreement, the agreement that you're here testifying under today, fair to say?
I'd say that's a fair assessment.
Okay, and approximately when was that agreement entered into, if you can remember?
June of July,
Oh, what year?
last year.
23, okay. So between the time that you first, before the agreement was,
Now, the dates again,
okay,
I'll give you a caveat. I was ill during that time.
okay,
And the doctor treatment. And my comprehension of the dates, they have been a little fuzzy. I was a little fuzzy
okay.
during that time. But I do remember it was May through maybe June, something of that sort.
Okay, are you fuzzy at all on the sequence?
No,
No,
sequence is spot on.
okay. Before the agreement was reached, how many times did you sit down with law enforcement and talk about these events?
None. Law enforcement meaning Agent Shock?
Well, let's use him as for instance. Did there ever come any times when you sat down with Agent Shock?
No. No. The only time was when we met with a full AG team in Lansing.
Okay. And was that before the agreement was entered into, or was that after?
That was before.
It was before. How many of those kinds of meetings do you think you had?
One.
Okay,
With a full AG team?
right.
One.
Did you have any meetings before the agreement was reached with something less than, as you're referring to, the full AG team? How about after the agreement was reached? Did you have any meetings with the full AG team?
Not the full AG team. No.
How about something less than the full AG?
I think we had a meeting with Don.
Okay,
And one of the, I don't know the reporting relationship, I just know the AG.
okay.
One or two.
About how many times do you think you had meetings like that?
Once, if not twice.
Okay. Now, at any point during your meetings with, whether it was the full AG team or the partial AG team, did you provide any documentation to either Agent Shock or members of the Attorney General's?
Yes.
On how many separate occasions do you think you did that?
Supply information or sit down with them?
No, documents, give them documents.
Okay, so the issue is sit down with them or provide them documentation. There was a article.
And did you ever give, you referred to an email?
Let me back. I
Sure.
presented the documentation to our attorney, and the attorneys reviewed it, and then I think the transmission of that data then went to the AG.
Okay, fair enough. And you think that you provided your attorneys on more than one occasion with documentation?
Yes, maybe twice.
Okay. And you had referred to an email invitation from, I think it was a Janelle Leonard, and that's what prompted you to go to the meeting in December. Did you ever provide, was that email communication between Janelle Leonard and yourself ever part of the material?
I looked and went back into the old memories. I could never find it.
You can never find that email?
No, I could not find it.
Okay. Did you provide other emails?
Yes.
And the other emails that you provided, do you recall whether they were emails between, who they were between you and who, as it related to this case?
Yeah, one was with Janelle. Okay. I think maybe Agent Shock with communication. Privileged communication between the old attorneys and you to them. I don't think the agent saw that. That's my recollection. That was the sources of communication that I sent.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that there was email communication between you and Agent Shock directly?
No. He sent me his credentials.
Okay,
Okay, just to make sure that it legitimized the call.
got it.
Okay, and then after that, there was no, I did not send Agent Shock any emails to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, you previously testified in connection with a different group of electors. You recall all of that?
We'll find out. I've read the transcript.
Okay, well, you're getting a little bit ahead of me. So
Okay, sorry.
this is not the first time that you've been in this courtroom testifying about the events of December 14th, 2020. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a whole different group of lawyers, the same prosecutors. Agent Shock was there, but you took the oath and you did the dance that you're doing today. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you referred to a transcript. Who gave you that transcript?
The agent's up.
And when did she give you that? And that was when you knew you were going to be testifying around this week, the
Yes.
very latter part of
Yes, that's
May, right?
That's right.
Did you ask to get a copy of that transcript? To read it?
I had asked my attorney if it was possible if I could get a transcript. And at that time, it would have been time consuming and very difficult. But then he notified me that the transcript would be provided and sent it to him.
So it was your idea to ask for the transcript?
Yes,
Why?
so I could find out exactly how I said things, because everything was true that I stated in the first meeting. And to refresh my memory, because I didn't know how long it would be
Okay.
until the next group I would present to.
Sure,
And as a result, I wanted just to refresh my memory.
sure.
Okay,
Okay,
and because it has been a long time.
understood.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to, as best you can in your mind's eye, I want you to put yourself back in the shoes that you were in,
When?
getting there,
Okay.
December 14th, 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about right now.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a cold winter day, fair to say?
Mhm.
You have to, you can't, or
Yes, it was a cold winter day.
All right, real good. And you go to this location in Lansing, correct?
That Seymour Street, correct.
And there's about 30 people in the basement, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your belief is that there's approximately, including yourself, there are 16 people that are electors. Is that fair to say?
That's good.
And then there are 14 people who are non-electors.
That's correct.
Okay. And those, and you differentiated between the electors and the non-electors how?
First of all, the electors were all seated in a confined, in a cohesive fashion.
Okay.
Whereas the other individuals were standing to the far right of us, okay, in the back against, near the wall.
Okay. Now, you referred to there being 3 people that you think spoke. The first one was Myra Rodriguez, is that correct?
Right.
And the second was Kathy, and I'm sorry, I missed her. Bearden. Burton, okay. And then the third was this white male, is that correct? And the white male was not an elector.
That's right.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure of the precise name of that person,
I
right?
couldn't tell you, no, I could not identify him, no. That's correct.
But there's no fuzziness in your mind as to whether or not that white male actually addressed the group.
There were people, my recollection, that was a high possibility. There was another person involved in the providing information. That's right.
How many, if you can recall, how many white men were there in that room that were not electors?
Most of the individuals standing in the background were women. So, pick a number, 10, 8, 12. It would be a relatively high level. Relatively high number.
Okay. So you mentioned that there was a voice vote of the electors. You
That's
used
correct.
the term elector.
Only two. Elected at that time.
Right, yourself and the other alternate.
That's right.
Okay, but in order to become elected as an alternate, the other electors did a voice vote, correct?
That's right.
So when you use the term elector, as your mind goes back to December 14th, 2020, what does that term mean to you?
They were appointed, well, to endorse their party. That's what the electors were doing. They were endorsing the party slate, the vice president and president.
So in your mind at that time, was that something of a formal title that these were quote unquote electors?
Yes, it was. I understood it to be more of a formal title.
And do you know how these other people became electors?
I don't know how the other 14 became. Only 2 of us who voted during that meeting.
Right. Did the other 14, did they refer to themselves as electors?
I don't have the slightest idea. I mean,
Okay.
that term really wasn't highly used during the meeting.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't, I am Jim the elected. It wasn't that. Okay.
But you understood to be, once you were endorsed as an alternative elector, you understood your status to be the same as the other electors, quote
That is
unquote,
correct.
right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe that you have testified that the purpose of the meeting, there were 2 purposes, correct?
That was my 2 takeaways from the meeting.
Okay.
Now, what the purpose of the meeting was for the leaders, now that's different. All I can tell you is the 2 takeaways that I took from the meeting. So the purpose of the meeting is 2 levels.
Okay.
What I saw as the purpose, and the 2 takeaways, and what other people may have saw that were leading or planned a meeting or whatever.
Well, do you know who planned the meeting?
No.
When you say we're leading the meeting, who are you referring to?
Well, I think it would be the 2 people that identified themselves as president and secretary of the Electoral College in Michigan. It would be Ms. Rodriguez.
And who else?
Well, the other individuals who I can't name, but I think.
Meaning the white male?
Yeah, my takeaway was, it was primarily the 2 ladies, and then this other individual.
So you mentioned what the purpose of the leaders was. What was?
I can't tell you what the purpose of the leaders was, because I don't know what the purpose was.
Okay.
Other than the 2 takeaways that I had. I can't speak for them.
Got it.
All I can speak for is what I came away from that meeting to do.
So one of the purposes that you understood the meeting to be for was to develop an alternative slate of candidates, which were going to be used if there was if it turned out that Donald Trump had won the presidential election. Fair to say?
I'd like to rephrase that.
Go ahead.
There are 2 purposes. One is to develop a slate of candidates. That the slate would be presented to the Senate that day by 2 o'clock, at which they would make a determination which to accept which slate of candidates, the Democratic slate or the Republican. The second, in the event there was an official recount of the votes, the popular votes in the state of Michigan, and Trump was found as officially winning, then the electors would not have to meet again or convene because they had already signed the documentation.
Okay. And was your understanding of the two purposes based on what you were told at the beginning of the meeting?
It's what I heard, yes.
And you understood at the time, on December 14, 2020, that there was some controversy surrounding the election, correct? What was your understanding of some of the controversy surrounding the election?
There's so much swirling about the one thing that I took notice of is that there's the affidavits that were signed by the Republican workers at the Wayne County Common Center.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit more as you explain that.
Affidavits that were signed by the workers at the Wayne County Vote Counting Center, in the ill treatment, the inappropriate processes, the blocking of the verifiers, and just a variety of other things that went on. And to my understanding, those had never been addressed. And they were, to my understanding, pretty significant issues.
Why?
Well, first of all, it was very apparent there was a partisan bias being shown. Those fellows should be not, I mean, they're by Democrat or Republican, but they're there for a purpose to be nonpartisan, to make sure all the votes are counted legally.
Okay.
And by the presentation and the representation through the affidavits, it was my impression that did not occur.
Okay.
And that was a great concern
Okay.
of mine.
Now, were there any other, you identified this issue with Wayne County, were there any other areas of concern?
No, that was a significant one that really I was concerned with.
Okay.
Because Wayne County has such a high level of vote count. The potential there for a variation is significant.
Now, were you aware of any other areas of controversy at the time of December 14, 2020?
There's a lot of talk, but nobody had signed affidavits.
Okay.
When you sign an affidavit, you swear that that information is accurate.
Okay. And when you say there was a lot of talk, what were some of the other topics of conversation that you would label as controversial?
I think part of it was this issue of hacking the computers and things of that sort. And were the counts legitimate? In discussions of that sort, not of a significant issue per se, but more just in general. And part of it was a disbelief that you could go to bed at night. I think I addressed this in one. The president was 125,000 votes ahead. You wake up the next morning, he's behind by about the same amount. That does cause one to scratch your head.
And those areas of controversy, that was part of the chitter chatter among the group on December 14th, 2020, correct?
From what I recall, yes.
Now, I got the impression that in your mind, correct me if I'm wrong, there's some doubt in your mind as to actually who won the 2020 presidential election. Is that fair to say?
There's still controversy. Absolutely.
Could you explain that?
Pardon?
Could you explain that, please?
Well, they're finding other inconsistencies. I think one in Muskegon, one in other areas, and this and that. And for the leader of the free world to come down to irregularities in vote counting, is not tolerable. That should be self-evident. And if there's a recount, I come to find out they have something called physical inventories, and where every period, periods, and where you shut the business down, whether it's over the weekend or whatever, and you go in and you count every stock keeping unit. And at the end of the 48-hour period, you know exactly how much you got or how much was lost. And because of the sanctity of a voting process, that should occur on the recount. And I never saw it.
And you mentioned something about Muskegon, and there was some,
Yeah, there's something about somebody tried to provide the clerk with bogus voter registrations or something. I didn't, if this is after the fact, but it was just one of those lingering issues. The state police became involved, and beyond that, I lost interest in other things happening.
and this, what you're talking about in Muskegon, the state police actually got involved before December 14th, 2020, didn't?
I don't know. I read it after the event. but
That's when you learned about it.
That's when I learned about it.
Do you have any recollection as to when the events that you learned about, when they were supposed to have actually taken place?
Other than the affidavits, no.
When you said the affidavits, what do you mean?
For the voting center in Detroit, that actually happened either the night before or the day before the night of the election. During the actual voting process
In November of 2020.
in November of 2020.
And that was a live topic of conversation during this meeting?
No. No, that was my topic.
That was your personal
Yeah,
topic?
that was my topic. That's what you wanted to know, what gave me concerns about the legitimacy of the election, correct?
Right.
Okay, and that was one of the items.
But if I understood correctly, there was conversation among,
Just the
just
overall.
let me finish the question. I appreciate your wanting to answer, but so if I understood correctly, there was conversation at the meeting on December 14th, 2020 among the attendees about these irregularities with respect to the presidential voting.
Sure.
Fair to
Yeah.
say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember why that particular location was selected as the location for the meeting on December 14th?
No,
Was that at the height of, were we still dealing with the effects of COVID at that time?
yes.
So a whole group of people, well, you left the location where the meeting was, and then I think you said you went to the Radisson Hotel, is that right?
Initially, we were told to park our vehicles close by the annex, so we could then run the call, and then we could then meet there. But then instead of that, I received, received a call to disregard that, then to meet at the Radisson, beside the Radisson.
Do you remember who that call came from?
I couldn't tell you. It was a male, I believe.
It was a male?
I believe.
Okay. And did you get that call on your cell phone?
That's correct.
As part of the materials that were provided to your lawyers, did you include your cell phone number?
Sure.
You know if that information was ever provided to the Attorney General's office? I'm sorry?
I know they have my cell phone number, but I don't know if it was transmitted at that period of time.
Okay. Do you know if they ever got your cell phone records?
Who?
The Attorney General's office or Investigator Shock?
I couldn't tell you.
So you got a call from what you believe to be a male. You then went to the Radisson, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there were a whole bunch of people at the Radisson, right?
Yes.
When we say a whole bunch of people, can you try to, we know that there were about 30 people at the initial meeting. How many more people are we talking about at the Radisson?
That lobby's not all that big, maybe 40, 45.
40 or 45 total?
Yes.
So we got 30 plus another 10 to 15?
Yes, that would be roughly.
Okay. And approximately, if you know, how many of the 30 people that were at the initial meeting ended up at the Radisson?
I couldn't tell you.
And then from there, a group of you went from the Radisson to the annex. Is that fair to say?
That's good.
About how long is that walk?
It was cold and windy. It seemed a lot longer than it actually was. Maybe a little over a quarter of a mile. Maybe.
Little over a quarter of a mile or
Yeah.
so?
Yeah.
So of this 40 to 45 people that were at the Radisson, about how many of those people went, as you recall, to the annex?
I couldn't tell you because I was in the front of the line.
Right.
I didn't see people behind me,
Okay,
so I couldn't tell you.
okay. Now, some of the people that went to the annex included some of the electors, correct?
Yes,
And there were actually 3 state representatives that went along with you, is that correct?
I only was aware of one and possibly two. And
Okay,
that was the 2 ladies that I was following, had met the state. Except for work in the annex.
okay.
Those are the only 2. And I was only aware that one of those was a state representative.
So and we saw a video and you pointed yourself out. So when you refer to the 2 ladies in front of you, are you talking about the 2 women that appeared to be ahead of you during the walk down the sidewalk?
That's correct.
Okay, and your understanding is one of those was a state legislator and you're not sure about the other one?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you come to learn that there was an attorney in the group that went to to the annex?
Unless it was Ian Norton, I wouldn't have been aware of him.
Well, what do you know about Ian Norton?
Not a lot. I mean, I don't. What I know of Ian Norton is what I learned that day, and that day was he was attempting to have the documentation that was in the envelope sent to the Senate.
The state Senate?
State Senate.
Okay.
And that's when, again, Lieutenant Green intervened and said, no, that's gonna happen. The building's closed and I'm not taking any documentation.
Okay, and you knew Ian Norton to be an attorney at that point, correct?
No, I didn't, at that point, I did not.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know what his affiliation was.
Okay. Did you see him at the meeting in the basement on December 14th?
I don't recall seeing him.
So is it you're not, he could have been there, he may not have been there, you just don't remember?
Well, his distinguishing factor was his camel hair coat.
Right, and we saw a picture.
Yeah,
Right.
and I never saw anybody in that type of attire in the basement.
Well, did you have your coat on in the basement?
No.
You remember others may have had their coats on?
Could have.
But it was inside, it was warm and toasty in the basement, fair to say?
It was okay. But beyond that, again, I don't remember seeing him in the basement. If I use the distinguishing factor as his coat, I don't think.
Okay. So when do you remember anything about him other than the coat?
I think he was on the polished side. Fair. Beyond that, that's about it.
Okay. So do you remember seeing him? When's the first time you remember seeing him?
When he was, first when he attempted to present the information to Lieutenant Green. Okay. And then when it got proved unsuccessful.
Say it, you guys speak a little
Okay,
bit.
and then as that proved unsuccessful.
Okay.
And as I began walking away, he then began talking with, I think, media. As I was walking away, the doors here, and there's a talk, and he's talking with media about right here. And then I walked and I left.
Whose idea was it for the media to be there? You know?
I have not the slightest idea.
Okay. You mentioned that at the Radisson, you were essentially invited to go back to have pizza,
Pizza
and
and
hot
hot
chocolate. And you said they had a room. You
Yeah.
used it. Who's they?
I don't know. They were never identified. They, and I had no intention of doing it, so I could put that to the third last.
Sure. Afterwards, you got some hot coffee and went back home and then prepared a summary of your activities that you then emailed to Janelle.
That's correct.
Okay. Was that ever provided to Investigator Shock?
Yes.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Did you ever discuss that with either Investigator Shock or the AG's team prior to your first set of testimony?
I think it was. Yes, I think it was touched upon.
So I believe when Mr. Bellata was asking some questions, you
Can you
indicated
identify which of the attorneys is?
the good-looking guy seated all the way on the right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely, he's got a coat on. Not the other. When Mr. Bellata was asking you some questions, I think you mentioned that you believed at the time, on December 14th, you believed that the process was legitimate.
Yes.
Because you had reliable resources. Do you recall saying something along those lines?
Because I believe in the authority of the individual that was presenting the information. And part of that was the identification of the two individuals as president and secretary.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing.
Okay. Part of that had to do because of the representation of the two individuals that were identified as president and secretary respectively of the Michigan electoral.
And I believe that you said that the legal reasons for what was going to transpire, that was explained to you during this meeting. Do you recall that?
Let's rephrase it. The legal reasons for that to transpire. I think they identified, and I'm going to paraphrase it if you don't mind. They identified that the process that we would be using, we each signed it, and then presenting to the Senate was appropriate and was proven. Yes, that was.
Do you remember specifically who gave you that instruction?
No, I cannot tell you that.
Yeah, just. I think I'm almost done, Your Honor. Can I just have a second? Other than Investigator Shock and the Attorney General's office, have you spoken to any other government entities about the events of December 14th, 20?
Yes.
And what entities are those?
It was the chief investigator of the National Archives. Okay.
When was that?
You know, that could have happened in that June or July 21.
Of 21.
At 21.
So
that's where I'm getting my dates. That one I know precisely.
Okay. So when you were talking earlier about when Investigator Shock reached out.
Yes.
Did you misspeak on terms of the year?
Yes.
Okay. So the chronologically, you're certain that the conversations with the Michigan Attorney General's office took place before you were charged, fair to say?
Exactly.
But when you said June of 2021, it wasn't investigator Shock that you were, that reached out.
No.
Okay, let's go back and talk about that. Let's go back and talk about June of 2021.
Okay.
You've indicated that you had some conversations with other governmental entities, and you refer to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is that correct?
Yeah, he's mostly a listener.
Okay, but it was a special agent with the FBI?
Yeah.
And also a law enforcement officer from what other federal
National
agency?
Archive.
From the National Archives?
Right.
And you had counsel, legal counsel representing you at that time, correct?
No.
No? And how did they reach out to you?
Oh, they were at my doorstep. I was
Oh,
coming back to see my grandchildren and.
quite a surprise. Of it.
Yeah, surprise.
Did they come
And,
real early in the morning like they usually
No,
do?
it was in the later afternoon, but they've been waiting. And so they came up and introduced themselves to me.
Okay,
And so I invited them to my lower porch and back. And we talked, we chatted.
and what was that conversation about?
It was basically similar to wanting to find out what occurred on December 14th. And this one. And I told them the information they wanted. And they didn't say it wasn't, the impression I got, that they were just following up because unbeknownst to me, this stuff was sent, well, it was sent to Washington. I had no knowledge.
Right.
I asked them why. And it's basically, it's, you're probably well aware, it's a one-way conversation. And so I got no answers. But, so I gave my
But the-
information.
The one-way part of it was you talking and them
You got
listening,
it. You got it.
correct?
Yeah.
And them asking you questions and you
You got it.
answering, correct?
Yeah.
And this is your friendly neighborhood FBI knocking on the door, showing up unannounced. fair
Seeing
to
it all
say?
the time and I respect it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So do you know, were they taking notes?
Yes.
Do you know if they recorded the interview?
No, not visibly.
Okay,
Okay, and you know as well as I do, it's illegal to record unless you under certain circumstances.
well, we may have to differ in opinion on whether
They
that's
were
true
not
or
under
not.
those circumstances.
Okay. How long was that conversation?
22 minutes.
You're pretty
Approximately.
precise about it.
Yeah, because I was, my wife came down earlier on, we were trying to work that, and we concluded about 22 minutes. I'd have to go back to my notes, which are, I think it was turned over to the AG.
So the AG's office received notes that indicated that you had been visited in June of 2021 by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, fair to say?
Yes, I think they supplied that information.
Okay. Did you ever have any other interactions with federal law enforcement other than the one that you just told us about in June of 2021?
No.
As part of your agreement not to be prosecuted here, is there anything that protects you from federal prosecution?
Not to my knowledge.
And just have a moment to confer with my client.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing else at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. You have to redirect,
Very briefly.
how briefly? I don't know if I
5 to
should.
7 minutes.
Oh, okay, I was wondering if I need to give everybody a break first.
I mean, I'm okay taking a break. I'm still gonna be great
Oh,
regardless.
okay. Well, let's take a break. This has been over an hour.
Okay.
We'll do 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I have 4 more coming through right now.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
You take advantage. Just see that. That wasn't.
Oh, I didn't hear the noise. I looked up the side of my eye and seen something. I'm like, yeah, what was going on over there? It was a civil thing, I thought.
If they had a
It's always
monitor
civil.
We'll get that.
on the wall, I guess they were playing evidence.
Yeah, and that's a hollow wall, so it always echoes over here.
That's still working.
Hallway, they're talking.
Judge, you're on call? No, these was from the 17th that were missed. Kind of got out of order. It needs, those, mine's in the office doesn't, they need one of the stopper thingies, that stops it from shooting on the floor. I can't tell. Oh, it's Mr. Milks. Mr. Milks, were you the cause for all the ruckus in the hallway? I knew it was you.
I got them knocked out.
Okay, let's see. Right.
Oh,
I might have hit it twice by accident. Let me go get some water. Hold on.
It's not.
Bianca brought me a shirt.
Why you?
I was gonna say, I seen you had a good one. Now you feel more comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
And it's probably cooler.
It is. You know, I went to the bathroom, my forehead was sweating.
Oh, man.
I had dabbed it with tissue
Uh-huh.
to clean it out, and I didn't realize that some of the tissue was still stuck on my forehead.
I'm sure she told you.
No, she didn't. She didn't. I just found out when I went to change my shirt.
No, she didn't tell you.
Upper bunk. I saw, I'm in there, I got this personal fan blowing on me, and so.
Oh my God, I said, you
All
can
of a
see it
sudden,
here,
we're
Mr.
watching.
Bianca, to see if they do it. They all have different things. Which one?
Bobby
And so
Aaronson.
you build a little steps to it. To get into the- So he gets in there. He can't quite slither, so he launches himself under the upper bunk. Swam back. You gotta do better than this coming in.
That sounds dangerous.
Okay.
I only came in on half of that, but I was just like, oh.
We were on a mission trip in Dominican Republic. And there were 16 men in the room, about a 30%. And so selecting bunk, and I was on the lower bunk, the upper bunk. And one of the guys from the church, he's got to be about 280. That's on a good day. And so when he tries to get him swing back and forth. So we built kind of a little ladder. So he gets at the top of the ladder, but he's so big, he maneuvers it. So he launches himself under the upper bunk and scream at Eric, you got to be better than this part. So it worked out. He's a great guy.
It's not made the top one.
He was on a mission trip to my wife to Honduras. There's a medical mission trip, and he has it all white hair, long. He has a long white beard. And when they go into town, the kids are probably thinking he was saying. But Eric's quite a character.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
I was in this bar restaurant in Livonia. And there was this older man, long white beard, but he had on a red thermal shirt and red pants with red suspenders.
Oh,
How is that
yeah,
not
that's-
Santa
right,
Claus?
right, he's doing it on purpose, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's playing the role.
I'm gonna run it. For the rest of it in a second.
I gave Clint the actual years because I got.
Oh, no, Howard documented, them,
Okay,
so I
okay.
had the years.
Yeah, I got the years. Somewhat. Was doing,
It's been a while, and then a couple of entities were interviewing, so.
yeah, it's okay.
We'll get you out of here so you can get on your vacation.
Appreciate
You can go enjoy nature.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that. It sounds like it could be nice.
This time, no, not Saturday, because we'll be driving. Probably Sunday, we'll be hiking up in the foothills of the area, and so it'll be nice. It's a foothills of the area.
Now you're staying in a cabin
Yeah.
or? You're not
It's a
sleeping
nice
outside,
one.
are you?
Pardon?
You're not sleeping outside. Yes.
Those days are over.
Oh. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I got some time. Need some, you-
Oh, you did great. You, you're excellent. Right, like, you know, your things and things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. I wouldn't do anything done.
One of the offices.
Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah. No, you're fine. Oh, that's even better. Yeah, right. That's the one. It's forever. Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. What? Oh. Well, it's on.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I didn't.
But then I had vision of it.
With my luck, I'll pull it off the wall. So it's really important. Yeah.
When I was a young guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
The most important.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep them with 53 years.
And
Oh.
yes. Yeah. No, it can't. Like, I just think that it's, and somebody can be led to, right? True. I don't have it.
Oh, that's rude.
But it takes. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yes. They're gonna need them along the way.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it's fine.
Why do you cross it out?
I'm just saying.
That's not.
Is there? I haven't gone anywhere.
Not coming back. Charlie to Brader. Yeah. I'll see you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, page 6.
Yeah, page 6 is fine. I do that for my phone.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I get that.
Keeping you in court here, you can't get out of this. That sounds.
I gotta take a look at
That's fine.
Cheers, man.
Unless you break, if you break the building, you can leave it.
Oh, shit, sir. Did you not hear that? I broke it, or it was broken.
Yep.
7 minutes and I'm counting.
You're melting?
I'm counting, but yes, I'm melting.
I said 5 to 7 minutes.
I said 7 minutes and I'm counting.
Okay.
I'll give you the benefit of you haven't made it 7, so.
I said 5 to 7. I'm hoping to be more on the 5 side.
You know what it is when you bring it up.
All right. That's why I stopped saying 1 or 2 questions.
Many wings in here.
Let's try it.
Okay, you can be seated. You can proceed.
Your Honor, before we go any further, I'd like to raise something for the record, please.
Yes.
As John Freeman on behalf of Mary Ann Sheridan, as a matter of discovery, I am formally requesting on the record a copy of the FBI interview notes and the federal authority interview notes of the witness, who we just learned, at least from my understanding, we just learned for the first time that approximately 6 months after the allegations in this case, there was a visit by law enforcement to the witness's home. The interview was conducted, a formal interview. That interview was memorialized. It's my understanding that the witness has indicated that that material had been provided to the Michigan Attorney General's office We haven't gotten it. I want it. I think I'm entitled to it. I think all of the defense attorneys are entitled to it. I can't speak for them, but that is my request on behalf of the sheriff.
Gilbert, Thompson, join.
I would join. I would join.
I join as well.
Rose Rock would join as well.
Your Honor, I would also like to bring up another aspect. There was testimony, there's a transcript
The transcript out
of this, at least Mr. Renner's testimony.
from the previous.
From the previous,
I believe we had this conversation that all the transcripts were available except the cross-examination.
And I'd
of
ask that we
Agent
only
Shaw.
take up the issue of the FBI interview right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the whole moving on to different issues in the middle of issues is a lot under the circumstances. Okay, does the AG's office have possession of this?
No.
Okay, you gotta get it from the FBI then.
Well, I find that very, very difficult to believe, to be perfectly candid with the court and the AG's
I
office.
believe it, but she's an officer of the court. If that she was in possession of it, she would have to turn it over.
Well, then we're gonna have to do some more exploring, and that may present a problem then, because the only other person that I can think of that might be in a position to answer where that information went to may very well be this witness's attorney.
Where the FBI transcript or information went to?
My understanding is that the witness provided information to his attorneys regarding the FBI interview. and that
Which
that-
was a different attorney than he has now, is my understanding.
Well, he said he wasn't represented at the time of the interview.
Okay.
But that may
Okay.
call into question.
Why can't you get it from the FBI?
We may end up going down a rabbit hole, so maybe the way to deal with this issue is at a later point in time with some sort of separate hearing regarding the discovery issue.
No, maybe a way to deal with this is requested from the FBI.
Well, may I ask a couple of clarifying questions of the witness before I release him to the people?
Well, Your Honor, may I actually
You
respond?
can respond.
One, the people are not in possession of any reports authored by the FBI. We did not receive any reports authored by the FBI where the subject matter was an interview with this witness. The information, emails, and documents that we received from this witness have all been turned over in discovery. And with regards to information about this witness being interviewed by the FBI, there is a report authored by Agent Shock that summarizes this witness's proper interview with my department, where I believe he referenced being interviewed by an agent from the National Archives in the presence of an FBI agent. I cannot say 100% that that is in that summary, but I believe it is. So this would not be the first time that information would be available to the parties. But I can say that we do not have any FBI reports regarding any interview with this witness and any federal agents.
Your Honor, that brings me to another request, is that I'm requesting any and all federal investigative reports related to the matters, the subject matter of this investigation, whether it is related to this specific witness or not. The AG, Assistant Attorney General, was very, very careful in tailoring her words to say that there are no federal reports, no FBI reports related to this witness. My request is now broader than that, and it goes to the subject matter of the entire prosecution. And it goes to whether or not there are federal investigative reports in the possession of the Michigan Attorney General's office related to the subject matter of this particular case. I am requesting that on behalf of the sheriff.
Is the AG's office holding any reports from the federal government relative to this prosecution?
No. Any reports that we have turned over and discovered.
Is there any information relative to this investigation, this criminal prosecution that was not turned over, whether it was from the FBI or any other entity?
No.
I think the witness never used the word report. He said notes. He said the FBI took notes.
The FBI may have taken notes. What does that got to do with the AG's office?
Well, because.
And
AG
how would this witness know where those went after that?
She said she didn't receive reports, and I accept that.
But I broadened it. I said any information.
Okay.
That was my question.
Okay.
Because the AG doesn't have the right to keep any information from the defense. And so that's why I broadened it.
And you know what, Your Honor, I will do one better. when we are done with the proofs, if any defense attorney wants to have a sit-down meeting and we will go page to page with these thousands of documents to make sure they have everything, I am opening myself up for that.
I'd like an answer as to why they don't have, if it's true that they don't
You
have.
can talk about that after. I don't need to be a party to why they don't have that information, because I really don't care. We're gonna
Well, I'm sure the
redirect.
court cares about the integrity
No,
of the
that
investigation
doesn't
in this
affect
case.
the integrity of this investigation. That's the FBI's investigation. And he said that the person was there, it was a viewer is what he said. It wasn't actually FBI taking notes, is what his testimony was.
Your Honor, I
he
believe
said
I can clarify that.
He said it's what he testified to. You can't clarify what he said. That's what he said.
You said there were two agents there.
He said
One
someone
was
from the
more-
National Archives, and he said, I believe it was a viewer from the FBI is what he said.
That's correct, Your Honor. You did say that.
Yeah.
I'm not done asking him questions. I
Yeah,
said
you were done
I
asking
said
him
I had no
questions.
further questions at this time.
No, well, then you're done. I asked her, we redirected before we move forward. Now, all of a
I'm
sudden, you're
asking-
not done.
I'm asking for an opportunity to ask a few more questions relative to this federal law enforcement investigation, an interview of the witness.
No. Redirect.
Thank you.
My objections noted.
It sure is.
Mr. Renner, is telling the truth important to you?
Absolutely,
And do you always make every effort to tell the truth?
absolutely,
And when people give information to you, do you expect them to tell you the truth?
absolutely.
Would you have any reason to believe that someone would sign an affidavit and put untruths in it?
No,
Now, on December 14, 2020, was it your understanding that pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 11, you and a group of others were going to walk over to the Capitol Annex and hand deliver that document?
well, actually, yes, the way you phrased it, I would say yes, because that would show, yes. Yes, that's accurate.
And were you told that it had to be hand delivered by 2 o'clock to be effective?
Correct.
And were you also told that it would not be, were you given any information that those pages would be mailed to the National Archives?
No,
During the meeting, were you told, did anybody mention that the period to request a recount had already passed?
no,
Did anybody mention that no recount had ever been requested for the Michigan results?
no,
Did anybody mention that there was really no way for the Michigan legislators to actually choose which slate would go to DC?
not that I heard.
Thank you, nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
You may be excused, Mr. Renner.
Thank you.
4 o'clock. I don't know if it was your intention to recall Mr. Shock as he was continuing with his cross, or if you had another witness that needed to take place. We're concluding for today, but tomorrow when we start. I don't know what your plan was, or who are you calling tomorrow?
I guess we can finish with Mr. Shock's cross-examination. I have some other witnesses on deck if we do actually finish.
They should be here so that if and when we do that, we're ready to move on. We're going to tomorrow's day 4 of this, and so
Yes.
I expect this to be wrapped up by next week, Wednesday. So
Yes, Your Honor.
you can't hold off because your witnesses are not here. So they need to be here. And then any other issues we need to address before we conclude for tomorrow.
I would just ask if the prosecutor would disclose who they plan to call after your check.
Can you disclose who those people are that you're calling next, or
Absolutely.
anticipating calling tomorrow?
Captain Green, Troy Hudson,
I can't hear you.
Captain Green, Troy Hudson. Unfortunately, Jonathan Brader will not be available until Monday, but that will be the people's last one.
Who was that last one?
Jonathan Brader. Not following the rules.
I'm sorry?
They were asking if I was calling Laura Cox and I was saying no.
Okay,
Or have an idea what time we'll be stopping tomorrow afternoon.
I have no idea what time we're gonna be stopping. I would leave it really up to you all. I'm only stopping now because it's 3:55 and there's no sense in starting that right now. And so I would love to stop around 4 every day, but it depends on where you all are.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional matters for today's?
None for the people.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
Sorry.
Olden days.
And the olden days.
Those are 8, 9 o'clock.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, we're not allowed to do that anymore. People are in unions.
Oh, what?